Please, a round of applause for her. And don't worry, we're going to go and do more of the introduction of the panelists. Right? We also have the presence of the BIPOC Association in Lethbridge. A round of applause for them. We have Accrawl Accounting. A round of applause for Accrawl Accounting team over there. You see on your tables there are cards and flyers. It's there for a reason. So take a look, read it, and just save that number because tax season is almost here. Okay? And I'm glad to see the kids that are here as well. Leadership is for everyone, and I'm glad we're all here to learn. Please, you are encouraged to talk to your neighbor, share your name, what you do, your business, sell your market, and just smile all through, okay? Try. We have snacks, water, refreshments, and more is coming. So you can eat this one and finish it, okay? Okay, so I'm going to introduce now Nifemi to come and help us with the game session. And I'll just say another welcome to our Facebook, YouTube, people that are watching from Nigeria, also different parts in Alberta. We just want to appreciate you for your support. And yes, so Nifemi, it's fun time. I'll be right back, don't worry, you see me around. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. I hope we're excited as I am because I've been looking forward to this program for so long. So please show us your excitement. Yes, I see the smiling faces. Yes, just give me something. Give me something. Give me something. Awesome. Thank you so much for coming. And let's just have some fun within 10 minutes. So we'll be doing the riddle session. Do we all like riddles? No? It's going to be fun. Okay, so I would start. Just raise up your hand if you have an answer to that. As Tolu said, we have prizes. All right, so let's get right into it. The first one. What has to be broken before you use it? What has to be broken before you use it? I saw a hand up first. Please stand up. An egg, that's correct. Please give her a round of applause. An egg has to be broken before you use it. That's because she had egg this morning, so she knows that. Okay, so what is full of holes but still holds water? Full of holes. I saw a hand up first. A sponge, you all got it. Please give that a round of applause. Please, 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 please. So when next you go to like an event and these questions are asked, you already know the answer, right? So that's good. All right, the next one. Please, I want to see hands up. Yes, yes. Okay, what is always in front of you but can't be seen? Okay. Air? No. Yeah, but that's a good answer. Please give him a round of applause. Yes, you can't actually see air, but it's in front of you. Do you have anyone want to try? Yes? Light? No, it's in front of you and you can see it. So the question again, I'll repeat it. It's what is always in front of you but can't be seen? Yes, that table is on fire. Yeah. You know, ooh, please give me a round of applause. That is true. That is true. That is true. We have so many answers to that question, actually. Does anyone want to try? Just give us, you look like you have something to say. No? Yeah, go ahead. Not really, but you tried. Okay, I think that's a difficult one. It's not your body parts. It's like, it's not physical as the statement is. It's really your, you know what your mom says, go to school, it's for your future. Thank you. You can't actually see your future, but it's right in front of you, right? That's good. And we're doing something here that is for our future. That is good. Okay, so this one is quite long, but please listen. There's a one-story house in which everything is yellow. Yellow walls, yellow doors, yellow furniture. What color are the stairs? I'll say that again, but I already saw one hand. So there's a one-story house in which everything is yellow. It has yellow walls, yellow doors, yellow furniture. What color are these stairs? I saw your hand in one hoodie. That's good. That's good. Please give him a round of applause. He has answered 2 questions. Okay, no, that's his first one. Just want to keep track of who we get to the prizes. All right. We still have some minutes left. Okay. So what goes up but never comes down? I think this is a familiar one. What goes up but never comes down? Your age. Okay, she's getting that. She's gotten to. Please give her a round of applause. Give yourselves a round of applause. Okay, I like this one. A man who was outside in the rain. Are we listening? Are we listening? I like that. Just give me your ears. Are we listening? Yes. Okay. A man who was outside in the rain without an umbrella or hat didn't get a single hair on his head wet. Why? Your hand was up. Yes. He's bald. That's true. I've been thinking of going bald, but my mom won't allow, but it's okay. All right. What gets wet while drying? Yes. An umbrella, no. Yes? A towel, that's good. Please give him a round of applause. You agree with that? Yes. She's like, Nifemi agrees with that. Okay, we're almost done, but I don't want this to end. Everyone's having fun. Okay, I have branches, but no fruits, trunk, or leaves. What am I? No. I think this is a tough one. I don't want to end this way. I'll repeat that again. I have branches, but no fruit, trunk, or leaves. What am I? Oh my goodness, you're on fire. Please give her a round of applause. Yes, a company, a bank, a business. You have branches. Yes, even, I guess because they understand that. Yes, I have branches, no fruit, trunk, or leaves. That's a bank or a company. The last one for today. The more of these there is, the less you see. What is it? I think that's a lot of rhyme there. I'll say that again. The more of these there is, the less you see. What is it? We haven't had one person from this table. And this, okay, yes, so I'm expecting. I'll say that again. The more of these, that's the word we're looking for. The more of these there is, the less you see. What is it? Yes. Do you say light? No, the opposite of that. Let's echo it. Darkness. That is true. Thank you, everyone, for playing with me, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of this workshop. Thank you.
Hi everyone, how are you doing? Can we shout? How are you doing? That's still too low. How are you doing? Are you sure you're doing good? So we got into a new year 2-3 days ago, right? I want everyone to, talk to the person sitting beside you and say Happy New Year. Are you going to do that? 3, 2, 1, go. Happy New Year. Turn to the person sitting behind you and say Happy New Year. Shout it, Happy New Year. Shout it really loud, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. All right, so we are going to do something really quickly. We are going to do something really quickly because we'll be here for, quite a while, and I want us to be very energetic for what we are going to be here for. I want everyone to stand up. Just move your chairs back a bit. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. 2 hands up. Little exercise just to warm up a bit. 2 hands up. 2 hands up, everybody. 2 hands down. up, down, up, down, up, down, 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 up, higher, 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 up, down, higher. Sit down, stand, sit, stand. Let's sit down. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. A really wonderful round of applause. Thank you for making it down here today, January the 3rd, 2023. And a very happy, happy new year to each and every one of you. My name is Charles Obirinanwa, and I'm a speaker, like I'll be doing today. I'm a writer, I'm a student, and what I do is I try to make people become better versions of themselves. I'm very passionate about how human beings can evolve to be the best versions of themselves. I'll ask you a very quick question. Where you currently are, do you think that's the best you could ever be? Think about it. Do you think that's the best you could ever be? That's your best self yet? Or do you think you could be better? We are going to be talking together, so just shout, say something. Do you think you could be better than you currently are? Yes. Are you sure you aren't at your best position now? You want to get better? You really want to get better? I also want to get better. So that's what we are going to do today. In the short or long time you'll be spending together, we would be, pushing, working together to become better people that will shake the world. The whole, how I like to view this workshop, the Emerging Excellence Workshop, is 20 years from now, every one of us that is here will look back and say, because I was at that workshop, my life changed. Something good happened to me. You know how you have that kind of experience? So that's what we are going to have here. We are going to have an encounter. We are going to have an experience. We are going to become transformed at the end of this whole workshop. And when you get transformed, you become a better person. And you don't stop there. You keep becoming better. So let me quickly prepare your minds. When you were walking through the doors of this wonderful building, did you come with someone? Did you come with someone? I mean, if you came with someone, raise your hands. When you were coming in with that person, did you hold the person's hands? You walked alone, right? When you were born, were you born with someone? Even if you were a set of twins, you were born alone, right? So that means life is very simple. We are made to walk together, very important, but then you come alone. So this isn't just about the person sitting beside you. It's more about yourself. So you need to be very intentional and open-minded to what we are going to do here today. It's an encounter, and an encounter isn't for everyone. It is for someone. Do we understand? Are we good to go? Great. So we have this wonderful training packet that has been given to us, and we'll be reviewing it. This training packet, it's quite lengthy, it's quite bulky, but we are going to get through everything today. I can promise you that. And we are going to have 3 modules. We will be discussing 3 modules before we get into other things. So we'll have the first module, we'll take a little break. More people will be joining us in the course of the meeting. We'll take the second module, we'll do something else, and then we take the third module. So just, get set. And we are all going to have so much fun here. I can assure you that. So the first module, permit me, I'll be sitting at some point in time. The first module that we are having, if you can open your packet, you can see that I'm also here to be transformed because I also have a packet too, because I want to be transformed. The first module we'll be looking at is self-discovery. So we are looking at 3 modules: self-discovery, self-improvement, and self-development. 3 very important factors to make you become your best self. Do we understand? As we'll be speaking, take notes. If you have any questions, write them down. At the end of every module, we'll have review sessions. When you walked into the hall, you were given a slip, a vision board. As we continue through the meeting, I hope that those of us who haven't been able to work on the vision board will get to it. So let's quickly look at the first module. Let's start from there. Socrates said something. He said, to know thyself is the beginning of all wisdom. When you know yourself, it means you're wise. And understanding who you are is very important if at all you get to anywhere in life. The reason many people are where they are is because they don't know who they are. So my first question for everyone here today is this: who are you? Who are you? Who am I? Do you know who you are? Do you know what you stand for? Do you know why you're created? Do you know why you're sitting down here today? Who are you? Before we get into understanding who we are, we first have to understand who man is. And permit me, I'll be going through a couple of things. I would draw strength from different scopes. When you look at religion, religion tells you that human beings are created by some supreme being called God, right? How many of you have heard that maybe in the church, in the mosque, in the temple, the synagogue or something? You've heard something like that? That's the religious side of who human beings are. And then how many of us here are scientists? Done biology ever? What does biology tell you that humans are? Species that can think, right? They are different from other animals because they can think. Other animals are not the same as humans because those ones can't think. A dog can't think the way I would think. A cow can't think the way you would think. And that's what makes you different from other animals. Now, we can say that for one, science and religion, even though they are usually worlds apart, agree on one thing for the very first time, that human beings can think. And I feel that that's where one of our biggest powers as humans lies, the ability to think. And that's something we are going to really, go into today in depth to exploit. Because if you don't exploit your ability to think, you might still be where you are as you were in 2022. And remember, we are trying to look at how we can become transformed for exceptional excellence in 2023 and beyond. Let me add that, and beyond. So that means that there is something very different about the human brain. Or what do you think? There are questions that need to be answered. Now, Darwin's theory of evolution spoke about how humans are this, humans are that, but Darwin's theory didn't tell us why human beings can think. I mean, if I ask anyone here, why can humans think? What would you tell me? Anyone wants to try? We'll be discussing. Does anyone want to try? Why can humans think? You want to try? Let me bring the mic to you. I don't know if I have another mic around.
God gave us free will. Huh? God gave us free will.
Okay, he said God gave us free will to think. That's amazing. God gave us free will to think. But if we want to look at it in the secular way, without God, I mean, we all want to focus on God, right? But if we want to look at it randomly, like, why can we think? Let's keep God here. God is in heaven. Let's keep him here. But why can we think? Why can you think? Why do you think? Why can I think? Strange, right? No one has any answer to that. And that's because it's supernatural. The average human has the ability to discern, and other creatures can't. Humans are very interesting creatures. We can laugh, we can cry. We can be joyous, and we can be sad. And it's very interesting. We have so much that we are built with, and everything seems to work in our advantage. From the way our body structure is. The average dog has 4 limbs. We also have 4 limbs, but we can stand upright. Dogs can't stand upright. Even if it tries, it's only for a bit. So we have so many advantages compared to other creatures. And it shows how blessed that we are because of nature. Or you may say God. And then these 3 questions are very important. I've asked one before. We have brains. but are we using them to our advantage? Have you discovered who you are yet? And then who are you? 3 questions we need to ask ourselves, we need to ponder on. I have a brain, but can I think? Do I know who I am yet? And then who am I? Humans have 4 canteens of existence. Now, remember, we are just looking at the human framework. So this isn't to transform you. I'm just trying to tell you who human beings are, generally. We have 4 canteens of life. We have the physical, the spiritual, the mental, and the social canteens. And these 4 canteens are the canteens upon which everything we do is built on. In terms of the physical canteen, there are some days you feel sick. Your body doesn't just feel up to it. I remember, was it yesterday, I was telling a couple of friends, I didn't feel like waking up today. I just wanted to sleep and keep sleeping. And then when we were planning for this wonderful workshop, we planned, really late into the night. And when I woke up this morning, I was like, no, maybe I should just sleep. I shouldn't, calm down here. But I was like, the wonderful people that are there will probably see me one day and then they'll beat me up. And I don't want to be beaten up. So that's the physical canteen. And then we have the mental canteen. How does your mind work? How does your brain function? How do you handle your emotions? How do you act when you're under stress and pressure? And then there's the spiritual. Do you have a religion? Do you believe that there is someone called a God? There is a supreme being called God? What's your relationship with that supreme being? What do you hold dear to you? What are the things that you look at supernaturally? And then the social canteen. How do you relate with other people? I saw a couple of us here when we came in, we were talking with our friends. Some of us who waited for our friends to get down here, we were checking, calling, are you coming? Where are you? I'm looking for you. I can't find you. How do we relate with other people? But then of these 4 canteens, 2 of them are the most important, and they determine the level of productivity of any individual. And those 2 canteens are the mental and the spiritual canteens. Because without your mind working well, you can't talk to your friend, right? If your mind isn't in the right position, you can't ask, how are you doing? When I'm not thinking straight. And then the spiritual, whatever you believe in is what is going to work for you. If you don't hold anything dear to your heart, if you don't believe in anything, it can't work for you. So those 2 are like the most important that every other canteen is dependent on. Do we understand? Now, in a couple, as we go through this packet, we'll be seeing different activities and we'll spend some time doing those activities. So it's also a team bonding exercise for us. Some of our tables are already filled up, so we can get to talk now and get to know each other. And the first activity is to know who we are. Very simple. Remember when you were in elementary school, your teacher gave you an assignment or a classwork. Write about yourself. My name is Charles. I love to eat mashed potatoes and gravy. I like to play soccer, that kind of thing. We all did that. So we are going to be doing that again today. Don't worry, I won't be your elementary school teacher, so I won't give you a grade, but it's just to help you know who you are better. Are we ready to do it? So let's go to page 5. That's this page here. Very simple questions. We won't spend too long on it. Answer them. Ask questions. Speak to the person beside you. And then I'll take it up from there. We have, let's say, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Talk. Ask yourself questions. I'll be going around. Very simple questions. Very simple questions. I'm a person who likes what? What do you like? Write it there. I'm someone who hates what? What don't you like? I can do this. I cannot do this. You can also speak to the person beside you to ask that person questions. Thank you. We are beginning to feel like children again, right? That's the point. It's from, little things like that, getting to understand what you like, little things, what's your best food. You never know, your best food can make you start something good. What are those things you used to be afraid of? What do you want to be someday? What's that favorite TV show you would never stop, you would never miss? You know yourself better than I do. What's your good habit and your bad habit? That one you don't do in public. That one you do alone. Do you procrastinate? Ask the person sitting beside you questions. Talk to them. You can even share the answers and laugh over it. How many of us are done? Or who is near done? Okay. I'm sure when you were about coming in here, you never thought that you would write about yourself again. I can see some of us laughing. It's interesting, right? Knowing yourself better. Is anyone done with it yet? Anybody? If you're done and you maybe feel up to it to share it, if you don't want to, it's fine. You're done with it? You want to share it? No one wants to share it. Does anyone want to share it? You want to share yours?
So something that would never, I'm personally
Do you want to ask it aloud?
Okay. I would never, when I get older, I would never smoke or vape because that's bad for your health.
All right. Okay, that's a good one. Let's give him a round of applause. He's the boldest. Does anyone else? Anyone else? All right, let's move on. So now that you have a basic understanding of who you are, let's now look at how this brain, remember I said that what distinguishes us from other creatures is that we can think. So now let's look at the brain and let's look at the mind very quickly. The average human's brain is highly developed, and it's built in such a way that every part of the brain has a certain function. If you can see that very beautiful, cute brain in your packet, you see that there is some part that is for movement that helps you coordinate how you touch, taste, hear, how you see things, coordination, your heart rate, your breathing, among others. Without the brain, what do you think? Let me ask this question. How do you think human beings would have been if they didn't have a brain? How do you think human beings would have been if they didn't have a brain? If you didn't have a brain, how do you think you would have been? You would have been what? Like animals? But animals have a brain, don't they? Another person there, can you speak up, shout? Animals have a brain. We would have been like what? Plants. That's a good one. Plants don't have a brain. I think we would have been more like plants. That's very true. Even though plants are living things, they are way different from animals. I mean, if an animal wants to eat a plant, the plant can't run away, right? But if a lion wants to eat a deer, the deer can run away. So yeah, I think we would have been like plants. That's a very good one. I never thought about it that way. Let's give him a round of applause. So the relationship between the brain and the mind is it's scientific, and philosophers also study it. It's challenging because no one can explain it. No one understands how the mind's activities, like emotions and thinking, are subject to the brain's physical structure. It's funny because you have this one brain in your head, and then you can think. You can feel things. You get sad when someone treats you bad. But then no one can explain why those things happen. And then some people now believe that the brain and the mind is somewhat similar. Some others believe that the brain is independent of the mind. And that's something that is still debated. Some people would ask this question: does the brain impact anyone's intelligence? Let me ask this. Do you think that if you have a bigger brain, you think better? Or if you have a smaller brain, you think lesser? Does anyone want to try? If you have a bigger brain, do you think more? Do you think smarter? No. You don't think so? Are you sure? If you have a smaller brain, do you think lesser? Do you think it makes you less smart or intelligent? No? So we agree that the brain, irrespective of size, works on its own. Okay, someone else? Huh? It doesn't matter what the size is. That's a good one. That's a very good one. And then how does the brain work? Now, according to Johns Hopkins Medicine, the brain sends and receives chemical and electrical signals throughout the body. But is that really all that the brain does? Is that really all that the brain does? A very, renowned group of researchers came up with this theory, the mind and the brain identity theory. And line one of the theory goes this way. It says the identity theory of mind holds that state, whatever you currently are, the way you currently are thinking, and processes of the mind are identical to states and processes of the brain. That means the way the mind works is similar to the way the brain works. That's what that theory is saying. So therefore, the mind and the brain, although they seem to work independently, they have similar functions. And while the brain coordinates, the mind facilitates the thought process that leads to coordination. So we agree that the brain is where everything happens. It's the house of coordination. But then the mind leads to that process of coordination. Do we understand? And then, as we've said before, that the brain is very difficult to understand. But then this is now one part that really hits me. Even though the brain is difficult to understand, the way you use your brain is subject to you. I can't call the shot. No scientist can say this is how you should use your brain, or this is how the average person uses their brain. No. The way I use my brain is subject to you. And that still comes back to how well we think, how well we see things in life. Some people said something. They said that in the average human's life, you don't use up to 10% of your brain. I don't know how true that is. No one knows how true that is. And then another, why they said this is because the great scientist Einstein was misquoted during an interview. So the interviewer asked him, how much of our brain do we use? And then he was like, well, maybe I think I use up to 10% of my brain. But no one knows how true that is. So, even though Einstein was misquoted, why should we limit the power of our minds to think? Even if that is true, let's just assume that you can't use more than 10% of your brain or your mind to think. Why do we have to limit the power of our minds to think? Why do we have to limit the power of our minds to become better people? Why do we have to limit the power of our minds to initiate, to come up with great ideas that will shape the world, that will make the world become a better place? So this whole thing made me, conclude something. That what your current position is based on how well you have been thinking, on how you see things. Humans are a function of how we think. Because it is the way you think that will make you either stand up or sit down. It's the way you thought that made you walk into this place. We are a function, we are products of how we think. Now let's go to the next section. And this is one part I love so much. I'm going to ask you a question. And this part we are going to talk a lot. So, I don't know, okay, I don't have another mic, but I want us to speak louder, really loud if I can't get to you. And it's a very interesting question because someone asked me that question in October 2020. What do you want in life? 30 seconds, think about it. What do you want in life? And now I want to see hands, I want to see our hands up. What do you want in life? Who will go first to tell me what they want in life? Or I should help you. Who wants to be rich? Who wants money? Everyone wants money. If I brought out $100 now, who would take it? What if it was 1,000? $1 million? Let's say I had a bag of $1 million now. Who would take it? Who wants it? You come up and take it.
She said it well. She said, not being rich, but wealthy.
What? Oh, that's even greater. Who wants to be wealthy? Who doesn't want to be rich? You want to be wealthy. You want to be wealthy. I love that because that's something I really think about. Who wants to be wealthy? I feel wealth is having everything in abundance, but being rich is more financial.
It's more than monetary.
Right. So exactly. Being wealthy means you have everything in abundance, or most things that many people. That's a good one. I like that. See how I tell you we are all coming here to learn today? That's a really good one. Not everything, not having everything, but having most things that makes you, happy in abundance. Okay, Nifem wants to say something. To make a difference? That's a wonderful one. Let's give her a round of applause. She wants to make a difference with with what she's called to do on earth. Anyone else who wants? What do you want? What do you really want in life? Okay, someone there. Huh? I'm sorry? He wants people not to use banned languages in the world. People to use more good languages. People to say, hey, you're looking really good today. You're looking really beautiful today. That kind of thing. That's interesting. I like that. Who wants power? Influence. Everyone wants influence. If you want influence, wave your hands. Not power, but influence. That's interesting. Good. No one wants power. Great. We want influence. That's beautiful. We want influence. Now, like what David said, having these things bring a sense of fulfillment to us. It brings a sense of joy, a sense of happiness. I mean, to some people, when you open your bank account and you see that you have like 6 figures, you hit your chest and be like, oh my goodness, I'm there. I have it. Some other people, when you wake up and see you have a really beautiful family, you feel so happy. You have it all to you. To some other people, when you see that I can walk up to this young man, excuse me, what's your name? Justin, and say, Justin, we have the Emerging Excellence Workshop today. I want you to be there. And Justin says, I will be there. You're going to see me there sitting at the front, and I'll wear an economy lumber sweatshirt. Some people want that. It makes them happy. But then, all of these things that we want, there is something deeper. Behind everything we want lies something deeper. Behind these whole things that give us a sense of achievement. Because when you have some of these things, you feel like you've achieved a lot. You feel like you have so much, right? There is something deeper. And that comes back to what Nifemi said. Does everything you have, does what you want align with what you're on earth for? And that's why when David said, not money, I was happy. Because it showed that some people aren't materialistic. There are still some people in the world that they are like, I need money. I'm praying for money now. I want money now. But does what you want align with where you want to be, with what you're on earth to do? That's something that, that is thought-provoking. It's something we all need to sit down and ask ourselves. So I'm asking you this question again, with that understanding that whatever you should want should align with whatever you're on earth to do. What again? What is it? Be specific that you want in life. Nifemi has already told us that she wants to be in the place of of achieving purpose, right? Getting to what she's on earth to do, doing that. That's what she wants in life. So I'm asking you now, what is that particular thing that you want? What is that thing that you're going to do that is going to make you feel like you're aligning with your purpose, with what you're on earth to do? What is that thing that you want in life? Is it that I want to be, when you ask some people, oh, why do you want to be a doctor? They will tell you, oh, I want to be a doctor that treats cancer because my dad died of cancer. That's deep. Because I had an aunt who died of cancer. Why do you want to be a lawyer? I want to be a lawyer because I had this one friend who went to jail because he had no one to defend him well. Why do you want to be an accountant? I want to be an accountant because I want to help people, save more. I want to help people achieve a form of, financial security. So whatever you want in life should align with that particular thing that you're on earth to do. And it's now very interesting how life offers us, the ability to choose whatever we want. We all have a choice. That's why I asked that question. I didn't say we all must want this thing. I said, what do you want? Because it's personal. It's an individual thing. It's a you thing. It's a me thing. It's interesting that life gives us that privilege to choose what we want and how we can get it. And now, like I said, this question was asked. Someone asked me this question, and that made me really sit down and think. And there was something, I'll just share with you what I want, and it's in the packet. You can see it boldly written there. I want to be significant. I want to be that person who matters, because that's what significance is. Significance, in my own opinion, is the ability to matter. There are some men here who, and wonderful people, some men and women here who shared some beautiful ideas on significance, some of their thoughts on what significance is. But now, there are some questions here again. What do you think it means to be significant? How does being significant influence an individual's ability to impact other people? Because when you're significant, it means that you have a level of impact on other people, influence on other people. What level of significance do you want to attain? I had this friend who said something, that he wants the world to remember his voice even after he's dead. That's significance to me. It means you matter. It means you're doing something good. So for people to be able to say, oh, I'm in this particular place, and I'm hearing a voice, and I'm like, that's David speaking. That's David speaking. But then I walk in there and I don't see David, and I'm like, do you know David? Oh, yes. I listen to him sometimes. We have conversation, and then he tells me these things. And that's why I'm saying them. And you'll be like, wow, that's significant to me. So it's not about having everything, because all of these things, the money, the beautiful cars, the houses, it's just to make our lives more easier. Interesting. It really doesn't matter. There was this man in India. We all know about him. Some of us might have heard about him, Mahatma Gandhi. He was rich. But then he said, no, I don't just want to be rich. I don't want to have all these things. And then he gave out all that he had and went to India to live a very poor life, to live a very lowly life, to help other people, to make them become better, to help India achieve a form of independence. Until date, Everyone recognizes him. Everyone loves him. There was even a movie that was made about him. That is significance. Rick Warren said something. He said that without God, life had no purpose. And without purpose, life had no meaning. And without meaning, life had no significance or hope. That simply means that significance means living a meaningful life and giving others an opportunity to have a meaningful life too. That's the first thing I would say significance is, based on what Rick said. Living a meaningful life and helping others have a meaningful life too. So it's not about you alone now when it comes to significance. It's about how well you play, how do you rub it off on other people. And then this other person, Jackie, said something. She said, a life isn't significant except for its impact on other lives. That's deep. Simply put, without mincing words, your life isn't significant if you have no impact on other people. That's how simple it is, without mincing words. And then this other person, Beth, said that success is fine. To be rich is fine. To be wealthy is fine. To have money is fine. To have influence is fine. But success is fleeting. So after a while, it fades away. And that's why you see some people go up in life, and after a while, they crash. Because success isn't permanent. It stays for a certain period of time. But significance is lasting. And that's why my friend said something. He said that even after he dies, he wants the world to remember his voice because of how much he has put into the world. Do we understand this? I hope you're putting down questions. And then another person, Tim, said, when we talk about having a life of significance and meaning, it's not about fame or money or resources. It's about people and lives and hurts. That's my biggest passion in life. So like I've said before, significance isn't just about yourself, it's about other people. And it goes beyond whatever resources you cherish. The money, the cars, it's beyond all that. It's more about what you can do to make that other person beside you happy, to make that other person beside you live a very profitable and significant, meaningful life. So now what do you think? Those are the perspectives of other people. Those things I just said, that's what some other people think. Let me now ask some of us here, what do you think it means to be significant? What's significance to you? And I want to get, answers. Anyone wants to try? What does it mean to be significant to you personally? Should I pick any random? Okay.
To make a change. It's okay. Okay. To make a change.
All right.
Just to have that impact that lasts.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. I love that. To make a change that makes people, even after generations, remember what you did. That's significance. Imagine if there is like a roadblock somewhere around here. Let's say there is like this mighty stone in the middle of the road, and no one can pass through the road. I'm not very familiar with around here because I don't live here. But let's say it can't get you from going through this place, like outside here, to the next street. It causes lots of traffic. Many people can't do anything. And it's there like that for 1 year, for 2 years, for 3 years. And everyone hates to pass through this road. And then one man wakes up one day, or one woman, or one child, one boy, one girl wakes up one morning and says, you see the stone? I'm going to push it away. And then he goes, he tries to roll it. It's too big. He can't roll it alone. He struggles the second day. He can't do it again. He goes the third day. He can't. He now goes to his friend and says, friend, let's do this thing together. And that friend says, okay, let's do it together. And then they go. They try. They can't do it. They go meet another friend. Let's do it. They try. They can't do it. And then they get more people who come and say, oh, let's push it. And eventually, they are able to push, the block away. How do you think everyone will look at that man? Everyone will love him. They'll remember him. They might even name the street after him. Everyone won't be like him because of what he has done. That's significance, the ability to matter. And in my own opinion, matter isn't, we are not talking about the science matter of having weight and occupying space. No, that's not our own matter for significance. For me, it's more like when you have, you occupy space, because we are all occupying space. We are in the world, we are on earth, and we are occupying a certain space at any given time. But then you make a positive difference in that space. You have certain resources within your disposal, and you use those resources to make other people's lives better. That is significance. And it can be through anything. It can be in anything, in any situation, in any place, at any point in time. Let me give you another example. For those of us who work, because we have some working professionals in our midst, and some of us who are still students. Imagine you have this particular student in your class who is a sanguine. You know who sanguines are, right? People who are very friendly, outgoing, they make the jokes, they're always playing, jumping here and there, everyone's friends. In your office or in your classroom. And then this person is the person who is the life of the class, who is the life of the office. Everyone loves to have him around. But then this person doesn't come to the office or to the class one day. Would everyone notice it? Do you think everyone will notice it? That is significance. Why would everyone notice it? Because that person matters. And even in a small space like a small office of 5 people or a small classroom of 10 people, they have decided to use what they have to make a positive difference. So now the thing there is this: wherever you find yourself, you need to strive to be significant in that place. You need to strive to do the right things that will make people look at you even after you're gone. It doesn't have to be in debt. It can be like that you leave Lethbridge to go to Calgary, or you go to Saskatoon. When you leave Lethbridge, would people say, "Oh, I remember that person. I know that person. If that person was here, this thing would have been this way." That is significance. That is significance. And significance, one of the best ways to be significant is through problem solving. Identifying that there is a problem in life or wherever you are and finding a solution to that problem. Finding a solution to that problem. And now I want us to understand something. You don't have to be significant by doing the big things, like removing the roadblock, even when your hands can't, push the roadblock away. You don't have to be significant by doing mighty things, like building a house for everyone who lives on the street. You don't have to do all that. It's through little things. You find out one person in your office, or in your classroom, or on the street, who maybe doesn't have food to eat, giving him, $1. Going to McDonald's to get him burger to eat. That's significance. So it's not in the big things. It is in finding a problem, little problem, starting small, little problem, and providing a solution to that problem. So now let's quickly look at this, because we are going to do something again. We are going to do another activity. We are going to identify problems or a problem and provide a solution to it. To define a problem, we are going to look at problem solving. You have to identify that problem. You have to know what is the problem. So on page 10, when you go to the next page, page 11, you see a problem solving chart. That's another activity. You have to identify what that problem is. So now I want you to look at that at your chart. What is the problem? Not all the problems, just one problem. Write it down. Let's solve a problem together. That's another activity we are doing together. Let's solve this problem together. What is that problem? Just one, not everything. That one problem that you found maybe in your office, or in school, or in your church, or in your house, in your street. What is the problem? Think. There is something you're not comfortable with. Remember, we just understood who we are. We did that whole activity to know who we are. And one of the lines there, one of the questions was, what are those things you don't like? What are those things you will never do? Those are potential problems you should look at. What's that thing you don't like that is happening? What's that type of food you don't like eating? Maybe you could come and, change that food and make people start eating something different. There is a problem. Identify that problem. Write it down there. Now you need to define what that problem is. After you identify what the problem is, you need to define it. You know the problem now, but then what do you think causes that problem? Why do you think that problem is there? That's page 11. Let's all be on page 11. Why do you think that problem is there? Now define the problem. Why is that problem there? What's the cause? Where does it take place? When does it happen? How does it affect you and other people? Now we want to explore more about that problem. You've defined it. What possible solutions do you think could solve that problem? Who do you think you could call to address that problem? Your boss in the office? The manager of the branch? The supervisor? Your teacher? The president of the university? A member of parliament? Who could you call to address that problem? What resources do you have to solve that problem at your disposal? We are solving a problem now, just one problem, not all the problems. When you're done with this, you can look through all the problems and solve it through the same way. Now, let me shock you. You know a problem. You've defined it. You've explored how you can solve the problem, but you don't do nothing. It's as good as not knowing what that problem is. It's as good as not solving the problem. Because action, the doing, is what, brings everything normal, makes everything become normal. It's what corrects everything. And you have no right to say that there is a problem when you've not tried at all to solve a problem. So how do you intend to take action? What do you want to do to take action? Okay, we've said this is how you plan on solving the problem. What are you going to do? This is what I'm going to do now to solve that problem. My younger brother or my older brother normally leaves grease on the stove after he's done cooking. To solve this problem, I'm going to sit him down and tell him, hey, you can't keep leaving grease on the stove. My supervisor at work always complains that I am not getting this particular thing done rightly. This is how I'm going to do it. Henceforth, I'm going to start reviewing things after I am done working on that project. That's how you plan on solving the problem. How do you plan on taking that action? And then now reflect, look back at all you've written. Do you think you have done justice to that problem? Look back, reflect on it. Check what are the loopholes. Begin to ask yourself those questions. Okay, I plan on solving the problem this way, but then this is going to be a problem too. There's going to be another problem here, so no, this doesn't make sense. Go back to the beginning again, and you have to start all over. That's how to solve a problem. And remember, I've said that solving the problem is one of the best ways to be significant, and not just to be, but to remain significant. So again, I'm saying this to every one of us. Even when you try solving that problem and you fail, remember that guy who was trying to take away the rock that was in the middle of the road? What did he do? He tried, he failed. He tried again, he failed. He tried some more, he failed. But then after a while, he got it right? Because to fail means that is your first attempt in learning. To fail is your first attempt in learning. And again, you have no right to say that you have failed when you haven't taken action. Do we understand? So you have to try first. You have to try first. Now let's quickly look at this, at purpose, and then we'll look at focus and direction, and then we'll go into our goal setup. And then we'll be done with the first module. Remember how Nifemi said that she wants to do things, what she wants is to do things that would align with what she's on earth for. That's purpose. Knowing what you're on earth to do. Why are you here? Why are you existing? Everyone talks about purpose, and I'm sure some of us are very tired of hearing that word. But then it's really important. Because there are two categories of people on earth. There are the ones who exist, and there are the ones who actually live. Some people exist because every morning they wake up, they live a routinal life, they wake up, they get dressed, and then they keep going, doing nothing. They go back to sleep, the next day it continues. Absolutely nothing. They are just existing, but not living. But then there are some other people who live. They exist, and then they make a difference. They do something that makes them, makes you say that this person is actually living. So purpose is very important. Eric Thomas said something. He said, when you find your why, you don't hit snooze no more. You find a way to make it happen. And then there are only two things that would stop you from, achieving purpose, from fulfilling purpose. You know what those two things are? The first one, which is the major one, is you. The only one who can stop you from doing is you. I can't. That's where many people miss it. I can't. It's too big. It's a big deal. I can't do it. And then influences from your environment that impact your mindset. Remember, the kind of friends you keep will tell the kind of person you will be. You see some people that they live in not very good places. They become like that place. Because the influence from your environment, from where you are, from who you put yourself with, sometimes even the kind of things you eat, makes you, could hinder you from achieving purpose. So then there are these set of questions we need to answer. We need to look at when, during our free time. Because discovering your purpose is a process on its own, and you need to trust process. Because process is very important. And even if you feel, because this whole journey of discovering purpose, it continues. It's not like, oh, I've discovered it and yes. No. It keeps modifying. Because new things happen. You become older. You leave places. So new things happen. And that's why it's a purpose. It's not a one-time thing. So you need to continue to discover what is that thing you're made for. What is your why on earth? What is your purpose? Whatever your purpose would be is what you find joy doing. That one thing that when you do it makes you happy, makes you smile. That would be your purpose. So find it. What's that thing you enjoy doing? That thing that if I woke you up in the middle of the night, you would keep doing it. You'll be like, yes, I want to do it. Some people love mathematics so much. Give them a problem, oh my goodness, they would laugh, while some other people are crying at that same problem. I remember once there was this friend of mine who brought some calculus problem to me the other day. And I looked at it and I was like, you know what? This isn't for me. I can't do it. Because it's not what I enjoy doing. Not because I'm not good in maths. I'll say I'm an average student when it comes to maths. But then I don't find joy doing it. I enjoy teaching people. I enjoy telling people, oh, you can become this way. But then I don't enjoy solving math problems. That doesn't give me joy. But some other people, they enjoy it. So that's very important for us. Now, when you've discovered what purpose is, you have to keep following it. You have to keep pursuing after it. Because it's when you pursue after it that you will achieve it, that you'll get it. Greg Anderson said something. He said you should focus on the journey, not on the destination. You remember how everyone normally says something? You will get there. I see you getting there. You'll be at the top. Let me shock you. There is no there. There is no there. There is no top. You get there, people are there already. They are looking at you as you're coming. When you get there, you have to keep going because there is no there. No top. You have to keep going. You keep evolving. That's why you need to keep transforming yourself because there is no there. I've tried it. I've tried getting there many times, and when I get there, I see that there are people who are there, and then they are tired of being there. They want to get to another place. So at every point in your life, there should be a different there. So you need to focus and have a direction. You have to maintain focus and have a direction. Because this whole journey of transformation, it's a process, and you have to trust process. You must trust process. You can't jump it. When you're trying to climb a ladder, if you miss a step, what happens? You trip and you fall. And then you have to start all over again. Well, that's if you can get up. So you have to trust process. And for you to be focused, you must be disciplined and have self-control. You must be patient, because discipline is the only thing that keeps you going. When it's time and everyone says, oh, let's go hang out, let's go this, you're like, no, I'm trying to draw this business plan. I can't do it. I have to keep writing it. I have to keep drawing this plan. Discipline, self-control, being patient, being able to tolerate any situation. All these things are building blocks, and they help you, they guide you to make the right decisions that will impact you positively. Patience keeps your eyes on the prize, on that goal, that thing you want to achieve. Patience, knowing that you are not in competition with anybody on earth but yourself. So you don't have to get there first. I had this friend, I was sharing this story with a couple of friends. When it was New Year, I have some friends in Nigeria, and they got into the New Year before we did here in Lethbridge. And I spoke with this one friend. It was still 7 p.m. on the 31st night. And he was like, Charles, so I got into the New Year before you. And I was like, it's not how far, it's how well. It is not how far, it's how well. So you can get into the New Year before me, and I make more out of the New Year before you. And he was like, no, don't say that. And I said, well, you said it first. So it's not how far, it is how well. You have to be patient. You are not in competition with anyone. You are on your own. You came to this world alone, and alone you go. Keep your eyes on the prize. This is what I want to get. I don't have to compete with this person. I don't have to get there before that person. Bruce Lee said something. He said that the successful warrior is the average man with laser-like focus. And that's because focus is very important. Now we are going to get into this activity because we are done with the first session, the first model. And this activity is our goal setup. I'll run through it. You see, setting goals is one of the stepping stones to emerge with excellence. Greg Wright said something. He said, a dream written down with a date becomes a goal. When you put a date to anything you want to achieve, it becomes a goal. And a goal broken down into steps becomes a plan. And a plan backed up by action makes your dreams come true. So now, everyone who has heard about SMART goals? Who knows about SMART goals? Everyone? If you've heard that, raise your hand, wave your hand, wave your hand. SMART goals. Everyone hears. So who can tell me, oh, it's already there, I shouldn't ask it. Specific goals, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound goals. So we have this goal setup worksheet here, and I want you to, this is what we are going to use to wrap up this model. Pick a goal. What is that one thing you want to achieve? Be specific about it. Don't say, oh, at the end of this year, I want to be the best in something. I just want to be the best. No, you can't just be the best. You have to be the best in something. At the end of this year, I want to be the best employee in the organization. You can't just be the best. The best in what? The most punctual, the most resourceful, the most organized. You have to be the best in something. So be specific about it. What's that thing you want to accomplish? Have you ever heard about 5 W's and a H? That's how to get a specific goal. Why? Why that goal? Where? When? Who? What? And how? 5 W's and a H. We are setting up our goals now for 2023. We are done with the first model. You can ask your friends, the person sitting beside you, what's that thing you want to do? Your goal must be specific. You must have a deadline. Your goal must be measurable. Can you achieve it? What would mean you've achieved your goal? What would happen to you that will mean you've achieved your goal? It must be measurable. How do you quantify your success when you've achieved that goal? It must be achievable, must be attainable. Can you get to it? Can you get it? Oh, I remember when I was much younger, I used to do sports a bit. And then we had, a couple of other kids who like to run, relay races and all. And then you see us running after each other, running. And then some will come up one day, oh, I want to be the fastest runner in the school. But then, if you ask them to run from here to there, a tortoise would get there before them. That's how slow they were. It wasn't possible. Not that it can't happen, it can, but it wasn't achievable as at that time. They had to put in efforts to make it become achievable. So your goal must be achievable. Is it relevant? When a goal is relevant, it means it has a purpose. There is a particular issue it's going to address. And then is it time bound? When do you want to achieve that goal? Let's set up our goals. Let's talk. I'll sit for a bit. Let's ask ourselves questions. Let's keep it going. The goal setup. Ask questions. And if you're done with that, you can go to the next page and you see that there is a review of this whole model. So it's basically just questions you can ask yourself. If you want to, you can take them now. If you have any questions, let me know. I'll be going around.
To the heart, I never kissed a mouth that tastes like yours. Strawberries and something more. Ooh yeah, I want it all. Lipstick on my guitar. Fill up the engine, we can drive real far. Go dancing underneath the stars. Ooh yeah, I want it all. Got me feeling like I wanna be that guy. I wanna kiss your eyes, I wanna drink that smile, I wanna feel like my soul's on fire, I wanna stay up all day and all night, yeah, you got me singing like, ooh, I love it when you do it like that, and when you're close up, give me the shivers, oh baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks, and when they say the party's over, then we'll bring it.
While setting up your goals, if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask. If you have any questions regarding the whole package, you can ask.
Into the car, on the back seat in the moonlit dark. Wrap me up between your legs and arms. Ooh, I can get enough. You know you could tear me apart. Put me back together and take my heart. I never thought that I could love this hard. Ooh, I can get enough. Ooh, you got me feeling like I wanna be that guy. I wanna kiss your eyes. I wanna drink that smile.
Does anyone have any questions?
Like my soul's on fire. I wanna stay
You can-
up all day and all night. Yeah, you got me singing like, ooh, I love it when you do it like that. And when you're close up, give me the shivers. Oh baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. And when they say the party's over, then we'll bring it right back. And we'll say, ooh, I love it when you do it like
If you're done, you can take the review questions. And if you have any question for me, you can ask.
baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. And when they say the party's over, then we'll bring it right back. Baby, you burn so hot, you make me shiver with the fire. You got this thing you started, I don't want it to stop. You know you make me shiver. Baby, you burn so hot, you make me shiver with the fire. You got this thing you started, I don't want it to stop. You know
You have 3 more minutes to finish up with the goal setup before we get to the second model.
I love it when you do it like that. And when you're close up, give me the shivers. Oh baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. And when they say the party's over, then we'll bring it right back. Oh no, say, ooh, I love it when you do it like that. And when you're close up, give me the shivers. Oh baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. And when they say the party's over, then we'll bring it right back. Oh no, say, ooh, I love it when you do it like that. And when you're close up, give me the shivers. Oh baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. And when they say the party's over, then we'll bring it right back. Yeah.
Does anyone have any question? So who feels now that they know themselves better? If you feel like you know yourself better, wave your hands. Shout, I know myself better. If you feel like you know yourself better, hit your hand on your chest and say, I know myself better. No one knows themselves better yet. No one. If you know yourself better, wave your hands. Wave your hands. Shout, I know myself better. I can't hear you shouting, I know myself better. I can't hear you shouting it. Are you afraid of shouting? Or one of the things about yourself, is it that you don't like shouting? You like shouting. You don't like shouting. How was it setting up goals? How was it? Did you get to discuss your goals with the person sitting beside you?
See the light shining through the rain, 1,000 colors in a brighter shade, needed to rise from the lowest place.
Are we done with setting up our goals? Can we move on to the next level, to the next model? If you're ready to move on to the next model, say I'm ready. If you're ready, say I'm ready. Shout, I'm ready. All right, so let's go. We're going to the next model in a minute. Remember I said there's 3 models, so we are done with the first. We're now going into the self-improvement part. It's a process. You discover, you get better on what you've discovered, and then you grow into what you want to be. That's how to be transformed. Do you know what the biggest room in the world is that can never be filled up? The room for improvement. The room to become a better person. Because every new day is an opportunity to become better than yesterday. Every new day, every new second is an avenue for you to become better than the previous self. You know one thing I always say to myself in the morning? I want to be better than I was yesterday. I want to be better than I was last week. And that's one thing we need to do. Because someone said something. He said, if you do the same thing over and over and again and you expect a different result, it is insanity. You can't do the same thing over and again and you expect to get a different result. It doesn't work that way. So you have to try something new. You have to improve on what you currently are. For this model, we'll be considering more sections. And the first is how to build a positive mindset. How to build a positive mindset. Do you know why some people worry about many things? It's because they fail to understand that you have sometimes little or no control over some of the things that happen. Get me right, I didn't say you don't have control over things. But some things, you have very little or no control over them. And that's why some people worry. And when you worry, you get sad. And when you get sad, you break down. And when you break down, you can't think right. So a positive mindset is very important if you will get ahead in life, if you will be transformed. A positive mindset, having a good mindset. Instead of worrying about things that you can't control, why not worry about things that you can create? I didn't say that you can control. Things that you can create. Set your mind on that thing. I can create this thing. I can build this thing from the start. You put your mind on it. You become better. Many of us are still very young. I mean, a very wise person once said something that the only thing that ever gets old is a pair of shoes. So everyone is still young. And you need to understand that you have little or no power over many of the things that happen in your life. And some of the things that we worry about, we have little or no power over it. Take, for instance, you're working in a company. You want to pitch an idea to another company. You go for a presentation. You have a really wonderful presentation. You set up good slides, you talk really well, everyone loves you, you have a good appearance. You have no power over making the head of the company to say, oh, I'm going to do business with you, no matter how much you go. Even if you say, oh, I want to go the bad way, which no one here, I believe no one here will do. You have no power because you can go with your bad way and you'll be like, no, I still don't want you. And then someone, because maybe you didn't get that contract or you aren't working in that company, you feel bad. Why? Or you didn't get into that school you want to be in. Why? Why not look at, if this one isn't going this way that I wanted, let me try this way. Let me try something else. Let me try something new. Some people believe that happiness is an illusion, like no one can ever be happy. Do you think no one can ever be happy? You know what, let me ask you this. Are you happy? Do you think you're happy? I love that. Do you think you're happy? Are you very happy? Are you happy? You're not happy? Are you happy, sir?
Satisfied.
You're what?
Satisfied.
He's satisfied. Interesting. Are you happy? You could be happier. I like that. She could improve on her happiness. Are you happy, David?
Getting there.
You're getting there. Nice. Okay. But then she's happy. And Ifemi, you're happy too, right?
For me, it's trying to attain
Peace of mind.
peace. Like that's what happiness means to me.
Right. Richard, are you happy?
Happiness is temporary,
Temporary.
and all emotions are imperfect.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. So some people believe that no one can ever be happy. I don't think it's true because, I'm happy. Does that mean I don't have anything that bothers me? There are things that bother me. Someone once asked me a question. Don't you ever have any problems? And then I said, maybe it came and I didn't know. Because I don't bother about it. I can't control some things, so why should I care about it? When you begin to understand that those things you can't change, you really have, you don't need to commit them to mind. It will take you to that point. We will get there. We will keep getting there. Because life isn't meant to be perfect. It's not. It's meant to be easy if you follow certain instructions. But it can't be perfect. You can't have everything. No one can. But then you can have some things. And you can find joy in everything you have, in what you have, and what you do. And seeing, you know what, one of the things that makes me happy? Seeing other people smile. It makes me happy so much. Going into a place and lighting up the whole place, making people smile, cracking jokes that make them smile. That makes me so happy. So I want you to ask yourself this question. Are you at peace with yourself? Do you think you're at peace with yourself? Think about it deeply. Am I at peace with myself? Do you know one of the things that causes unhappiness? The Oliver Twist syndrome. Who read Oliver Twist? Has anyone here read Oliver Twist? No one? Okay, so there was this wonderful book. It's called Oliver Twist. I can't remember who wrote it. I think it's William Shakespeare or so. I can't remember. And this child was living in, he was an orphan, unfortunately, and he was living in an orphanage home. So in the orphanage home, they had this very mean, unkind head who used to watch them in the orphanage home. And the children, sometimes when they give them food, they won't give them enough. They will feel hungry. When they give them clothes, the clothes will be tattered. not good looking enough. And then one day, he summoned courage. And when they were scooping food, the food in the orphanage home, he collected his, went, finished it, and now went back to the man and said, "Sir, I want more." So everyone looked at him and was like, "Are you okay?" Because no one had ever done that before. Because if you try as much as moving where you're not meant to move, they would whip you, they would flog you. And then the man took him outside and gave him the beating of his life. Unfortunately, really wonderful story. We should go read it. So that's one of the things that makes us unhappy, that wanting more. Is it good to want more? Well, it is, but is it good to focus on wanting more? No. Greed is one of the things that causes unhappiness. You're already in a particular position, but then you want more. You see this car passing today, I want that particular car. You see this house, oh, I must live in this house. You get to your dream house, no, this ain't my dream house. Again, I need to go to another dream house. I want to go on vacation to this place, and then to this other place. You want to have everything. That would give you unhappiness, because there are some things you just can't have, because life won't allow you have them, whether or not you like it or not. Life wouldn't allow you have them. So when you focus your mind on having those things that you can't have, you would not be happy, because you would always bother about them, and your mind will not be okay, will not be stable to think. And you can't improve when your mind isn't ready, doesn't agree with your improvement, with your desire to improve. You can't become better when your mind doesn't agree with your desire to become a better person. So now, what do you think is the secret to now not being happy, but to being at peace? Number one, satisfaction. Contentment. Being content. Acceptance. Accept yourself the way you are. I look beautiful. I look handsome. You go to the mirror, Charles, you look so handsome this morning. Or this afternoon. You put on a cologne, oh my goodness, this smells so wonderful. You finish making a nice, plate of food, this tastes so good, even if it doesn't. Just console yourself, it tastes so good. That's the secret to being at peace, not being happy. Happiness is subjective. Everyone has what makes them feel some sense of joy, some form of joy. But then to be at peace with yourself, you must be content. You must accept yourself first. You don't need the acceptance of people. You don't need people to tell you you're good before you know you're good. I'm already good, whether you like it or not. I'm so handsome. In fact, I'm the most handsome person in this room. Oh, you're so beautiful. Whether or not I tell you, tell yourself that. Oh, I love what she said. She said, I know I'm beautiful. I like that. She doesn't need me to tell her that. Accept yourself. Very important. Satisfaction gives you peace. And when you have peace, you have joy. And when you have joy, it doesn't mean you're happy. You have a positive mind. And that's what you need if you would ever get better than what you currently are. Now, let's talk about one topic nobody likes to talk about at any conventional gathering like this. Who wants to talk about failure? Anybody? I like that. The first time I've seen that anyone wants to talk about failure. No one likes talking about failure. What does it mean to fail? Okay. What? Oh, it's in the book? Oh. The first attempt in learning. Okay, if I didn't put that in the book, what do you think it means to fail personally? If you did something now and you're like, oh, I've failed, what does it mean that you have failed to you personally? The need to improve? Okay, I like that. I remember some time ago, I ran, because I'm I'm actively involved in student and politics. So when I was much younger, I ran for a position, in elementary school, and I lost the election. And you know what I used to console myself? They cheated. They cheated. That was what I used to console myself. They cheated. They knew I'm so good, but then they cheated because they just wanted to give it to the other person. And it was very unfortunate that I had some people who shared that same mindset, that didn't believe that You didn't get it because it's not yours, because you are not meant to be there at that point in time. But you know what? They cheated. But then when I got higher, when I was in high school and I was in my final year, I contested for the same, more senior position, and I won it. And that time I didn't say they cheated. I said they did it well. They did it well. They knew that I was the right person. That's how we handle failure sometimes. We console ourselves. And that's why some people don't rise above their current positions. Because we tell ourselves lies like that. They cheated. They don't like me, that's why. The teacher doesn't like me, that's why he gives me a bad grade. My supervisor hates me, that's why she always gives me a bad appraisal. No. True, there will be circumstances that might not be in your favor sometimes. But it's not every point in time that something that didn't go in your favor is because someone didn't want you to be there. Sometimes it's just because you are not meant to be there at that point in time. Other times it's because your abilities doesn't match that particular position. So that's why you need to improve on yourself, improve on your skills. John C. Maxwell said talent is never enough. It's good to have a good voice to sing. Many people have that voice to sing. But if you just, oh, I can sing, I have the talent to sing, and then I say, oh, come out and sing, and then you're like, oh, because you don't train yourself. But then if everyone boos you, you'll be like, they hate me, that's why they booed me. But then you haven't trained yourself. You haven't risen above your current position. So now let's talk about handling failure more. I said that to fail means your first attempt in learning. It means you have been doing this thing, but you've now discovered better ways to do this thing else in another way. You've discovered what you did that made you not get that thing that way. One of the greatest scientists in history, Thomas Edison. We've all heard that story, right? He tried creating the light bulb. Some people say 99 times, some say 999 times, some say 1,000 times. I don't know how true it is. I wasn't there. I wish I was. But then, let's say he tried 999 times. He didn't get it. That's enough to make someone frustrated. I mean, I don't think I would go to even 100 times trying one thing. He did it the first time, second, third, the 100, the 200, the 300, and kept going, kept going. I can imagine how his life would have been. Maybe he would try in the morning, do it. Oh, no, it didn't work. Okay, in the afternoon, before I eat lunch, I'm going to try it again. Before I sleep in the night, I'm going to try it again. When I sleep in the night, I'm going to wake up in the middle of the night to try it again. I can imagine that kind of life. But at the 1,000th time, he did it. That one time, he got it right. Do you know what he said? When they asked him, he said, so how do you feel when you failed those 999 times? He said, I didn't fail. I only learned 999 ways that the light bulb won't work. And said, we have light now. So if he said no, if he gave up, oh, I can't do it again, I have failed, like we tell ourselves sometimes. Today, we won't be sitting in this wonderful room, illuminated. We won't. So failure doesn't mean you aren't smart. It doesn't mean you're not good enough. It doesn't mean you're not, you can't get it right. It just means that there are some things that you probably are not doing right that you need to do better. And that's why that guy, I repeat, said it, that it is insanity to do the same thing over and over and again and expect a different result. So life is not meant to be a routine. Your life isn't meant to be a routine. It's not meant to just be, I wake up in the morning, I eat, I shower, I brush my teeth, I eat, I set out for work or to school or to wherever, and then I come back in the night, and then I sleep, and then the next morning I continue. That's not life. You're just existing. You're not living. Every new day should come with a new opportunity for you to be better, to do those things you didn't do well yesterday, better today. And one thing you need to understand is that it is okay to make mistakes. Very perfect. You can make as many mistakes as you want to make. No one said you must not make a mistake. I mean, highest that will happen, what's the worst? They will scold you, they would yell at you, they might sack you in the office, and you get a new job that could even be better. It's okay to make mistakes. Because when you make a mistake, you look back. I made this mistake. This is what I should do now. You find the root. This is what I should do now. You deal with it from the root. You must understand one thing. Success is not a one-time affair. And that's why I said there is no there. You don't ever get there. It's a ladder. The longest ladder you can ever imagine. You keep getting, you keep climbing, and you never stop. The day you say, I have reached there, is the day you begin to fall. Because your current there is another person's last there, or previous there. Or, oh no, I can't be in that position again. That's too small for me. If I gave you the t-shirt of a 3-year-old child that you loved so much when you were 3 years, would you take it?
No.
Why?
It's not for me.
Why didn't it for you?
Because I'm much more different than I was back then.
Who told you you're much more different?
My mirror.
Your mirror, I love that. I love that. His mirror told him it's much more different. But then when he was 3 years old, I'm sure you cried so much that you wanted that t-shirt.
Probably, yeah.
And then when he didn't get it, he would probably say, oh, I'm not eating. Like me, when I was much younger, when anything I want, I don't get it, I'd be like, you know what, I'm not eating. And then my parents would come and be like, you need to eat. But now they don't do that. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. When you're hungry, you'll come and eat. That's what they'll say. So that's how we should view failure. You don't fall and say, oh, I'm going to lie down. There's this wonderful song I love, Rise Up, by Andra Day. She said, when you're broken down and tired, you're living life on the merry-go-round. You're just going round in circles. It's like you don't know it. It gets to a point when you hit rock bottom. You have to rise up. You have to rise up. You have to rise up. And the power to correct your current mistakes lies in your hands. It lies in your hands. One of the things I need us to understand is, in dealing with failure, is that people are very important. Human beings, network. Someone said your network determines your net worth. People are very important when you want to deal with failure. When you fall down, you need people to take you up. You need a hand. There is this great speaker, he said something, that between two mountains of success lies a valley of failure. When you go up, no matter what you do, you must go down. That's what he said. No matter what and everyone experiences it. You might be a good student this semester, you go back the next semester, just one class is what messes everything up for you. Your perfect GP, and then you be like, that class, oh my goodness, I hate that professor. You go up to that mountain, whatever you do, you must surely go down. But you know that, do you know something? You can build a bridge between those two mountains. I know what that bridge is. People. People. People can take you up. They can bring you down. And they can keep you at the top. They can make you keep going higher than you currently are. You need people. Don't despise people. Don't joke with people. Don't look at someone and underrate them. Let me tell you this very interesting story. A man went into a company to get a job. When he got there, he was calm, he was nice. And then he saw this person at the gate who was like the security guard at the gate. And when he went into the organization, he went to meet the HR manager. The person was like, okay, you have a good CV, a good resume, you have really good qualifications, you have good skill sets and all, but this job, we can't give it to you. I'm sorry, we just can't give it to you. He felt dejected. He went back outside. He sat down. He was in tears. He was unhappy because he had already planned the perfect life getting that job. But there was something he did. When he was going into the office, the security guard at the gate that he met, he was kind to that person. He greeted him. He said, how are you doing? You're looking wonderful today. And that one felt very happy. And when that one saw him sitting so tired, so morose, he was like, sir, what's the problem? He said, I didn't get the job I came here for. The security guard said, is that all? Is that the problem? He said, yes. He said, okay, there's no problem. I'm going to give you the phone number of the CEO. Call him. Tell him it's the security guard. Now, let me tell you why he said that. This CEO of the company had once been at the mercy of the security guard. Can you see it's a great circle of life? And this CEO had now said something to him. I'm going to employ you as a guard in this company, and you work for as long as you want to work, and you'll be on the best salary. He was earning the salary of a manager in the company because of what he did in the life of the CEO. And then he said, I will give you the CEO's number. Call him. Tell him, I, the security guard, was the one who gave you his number. And then he will tell you what to do. And that was it. That was how someone who the HR manager said, you can't have a job here. He came into the company the next day, wore a wonderful suit and tie, and said, HR manager, I'm working here now. The CEO put me in here, that I'm working here now. People, very important, very fundamental, if at all you get ahead in life. Now, managing stress and pressure, that's 2.2 we are looking at. No one likes to talk about stress and pressure. Everyone hates stress. You remember I told you that yesterday when I woke up, I was like, you need to go back to sleep. I don't feel like waking up today. No one likes stress, no one likes pressure. But you need to understand that the pathway to excellence is turbulent. It's rocky. It's it's full of so many storms. So you will always be stressed. Those two things are things you have to deal with. And you know what the greatest form of pressure is? The pressure to be successful. That is the greatest form of pressure. Because everyone is looking up to you. Family, friends, your community, co-workers. Everyone is looking up to you. Well, let's see what this person can do in 2023. Let's see what this person can do next year. And then you feel so much pressure. You feel so stressed. Let me talk about stress, then I'll talk about pressure. Do you know one of the reasons people get, or let me talk about the two first. Do you know the reasons people get stressed and pressured? Because of poor planning, poor preparation. Don't ever forget this. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. I'll take that again. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. 5 P's. When you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. You like it or not. And that's why some people get pressured. That's why some people get stressed. Because what you're supposed to do today, you said, no, I'm not going to do it today. I need to sleep. I'm going to do it tomorrow. And then tomorrow comes and your boss is on your neck and he's like, I need this thing by 12 p.m. today. And then you say your boss is mean to you. But when you had the opportunity to do it today, you didn't do it. I remember at work some time ago, we were given this task. There was this book we were supposed to read. And mine was, so everyone had different books. And the one I had was this thick. Take it from me. It was this thick. And I had just a month to finish reading it. When I looked at it, I was already discouraged. Like, I'm not going to read this book. It just doesn't interest me. Why am I reading about macroeconomics or how to get more funds in the organization? That's not my business. It's too boring. It's just so many numbers and calculations. Profit, this, that, loss, percentage, profit, and I hope I'm getting those terms right. I don't like it. But then my boss had already said it. September 16, you must give me your review on each of the chapters. And I'm going to be very honest about this. I will say the truth about what I did. I started reading the first day. I put sticky notes inside the book. After a while, I gave up. And I said, you see this book? I can't do it. Then 2 weeks to when we were to give the review, you know what I would do? I went to check for the book on the internet. I would open the page, copy some words out, paste it on the review sheet. Copy some words out, paste it on the review sheet. I had 1 month to do everything, mind you. But then I felt, I can't do this. And then 3 days to when we were to give the supervisor our reviews, I hadn't finished it. And now I had almost 5 chapters remaining. And each chapter is about 70 pages. So, you know what I did? I told the director, the supervisor, next week I think I'm feeling very sick. I can't come to work. I feel so sick. But when I looked at it, even that next week, I couldn't finish 350 pages. That was very bad because I had all the time in the world to do it. But I failed to plan. So I was definitely at that point in time planning to fail. And you know what I did in that 1 week remaining? In the morning, I would wake up. From the part, those 5 chapters, I would go through it, bring out the sticky note, say you have to finish it. And thank goodness, that 1 week I was supposedly sick. I was able to finish it up. So stress and pressure is because sometimes we push things too forward. One thing I also want to touch on is this. Rest and sleep is very important. It's food to the soul. You can't joke with it. Having good rest. Some people will tell you if you sleep for more than 8 hours, if you sleep for 8 hours of your life in a day, you are sleeping for a third of your life or something like that. Well, I don't really buy to that school of thought because everyone has a different way their body works. And one thing I want to let you understand is this. It's not about the 8 hours you sleep. It's about what you do in the remaining 16 hours of the day that you're up. So it's not the 8 hours you sleep that matter. You can sleep for 10 hours, but the remaining hours of the day, what do you do in that time? How well do you manage your time? So don't joke with your rest. Don't joke with your sleep. When you need to sleep, you need to sleep. When you need to rest, you need to rest. Don't joke with it. Take the time to do those things. And then you also need to learn how to say no. There is no problem in saying no. I can't do this thing. It doesn't mean you're not up to the task. It doesn't mean you're a failure. It just means you can't at that point in time because that thing, the situations or the circumstance you find yourself doesn't allow you to do that thing at that point in time. So sometimes it's good for you to say no. Oh, let's go to the game. Let's go to the arcade center tomorrow. No, I'm sorry, I can't, friends. I can't do that. Oh, let's go to the mall tomorrow for shopping. I can't do that. I'm sorry. I can't just do that. There is no problem in saying no. You can say no. But you need, because it's important for you to understand that you are still human and there are certain limits. Your body has certain limits that it can go. You can't stretch yourself beyond that. If not, what happens? You fall sick. So when you need to say no, you must say no. The goal here is this. You must have a healthy work-life balance. You need that. Very important. And there's something I always comfort myself with. If I'm not available to do anything, someone else will do that thing. So I can as well say no when I can't do it. If you are not there to do something, someone else will do it. If you're doing something in a particular place and you fall sick, the next minute someone else will pick it up. It doesn't mean that because you're sick, that thing won't go on. Life goes on, even after people die. That were the main people. Life still goes on. So you must understand that sometimes you can say no. Now let's quickly run through our health. We've talked a bit about this. Your health, and they all say health is wealth, right? So total health and wellness is very important. If at all you would experience transformation, you must have a good health. You don't become transformed in the hospital, do you? You don't think about transformation in the hospital. You don't think about transformation when you have a cast around your leg or your arm. So it's very important. Many people toy with their health, and even though they don't suffer it immediately, in the long run, they usually suffer it. So at this point in time, you have to give yourself the best you can give to yourself. A balanced diet, regular exercise, good resting patterns, good sleep patterns, those are some of the things you can do to be healthier. And I feel that there are some more personal measures that we can take. So now we have this activity in this second module, and for 2 minutes, I want us to quickly look at it. What are some of the ways you feel you can have a good, healthy, lifestyle? You can have a healthy lifestyle. You can live better. I'll take a pause. I'll take a break. So I want us to look at that. You can put your answers there. You can discuss it with others, and then we'll move on from there. I hope we've discussed what ways do you think you can maintain a healthy lifestyle. I'll ask a few questions now. What way do you think you can live a better life, sir?
You exercise.
What?
Exercise.
Exercising more. Good.
I did do things I enjoy.
Doing things you enjoy, recreation. Play those games sometimes. It doesn't hurt. Reading more. Readers are leaders. Eat healthy. Very important.
You were gonna prioritize more also.
I love that one. Prioritize more. I love that one.
Something you said earlier, work-life balance is important.
Thank you very much. Work-life balance, very important too. There's at times you need to take a break. Go on a little vacation. Like now I'm on a vacation. I came from the US to Canada to rest. So sometimes you need to rest. Work-life balance, very important. And even though I'll be going back to the US again on Friday, and I wish I could stay longer in Lethbridge and in Canada, when I go, I'll still come back here for a vacation to rest. Very important. Good work-life balance. As you work, know you have a life. That's very important. You have a life. Now let's talk about time management. If you intend to go far, you must be a good manager of time. Time is a resource, so you can't waste it. We have 24 hours in a day. And within that 24 hours, what can you do? What can I do to make a difference? What can I do to add value? It's a point of concern for every one of us. Before I sleep every day, I don't sit down by my bed and ask myself this question. It's while I'm on my bed. You know the questions I ask myself? What did I do today? How productive was my day? Did I use my time wisely? Did I make a difference? Did I add value? And those are the questions that take me, that make me sleep. I ask myself those questions. Now, looking beyond the 24 hours, there is one constant about life, even though we hate to imagine it. Every new second, every new day means you're drawing nearer to leaving the world. So, looking at the big picture, in your limited time on earth, what are you doing with your time? Charles Buxton said something. He said, you will never find time for anything if you want time. You will never find time for anything, rather, if you want time, you must make it. You hear some people say something, I don't have time to do this thing, I don't have time to do that thing. I don't have time to do this task that my boss gave to me. If you want time for anything, you must make it. Within these 24 hours you have, what would you do? We are going to do something very interesting now. And it's called the Pareto principle. We're going to look at it. The Pareto principle is also known as the 80-20 principle. It states that for many outcomes, about 80% of consequences come from 20% of causes. That simply means that little triggers have big effects. Now, I want us to look at this in terms of time management. This is what this guy said. He said, for 80% of the things that happen to you, it's because of 20% of some of the things you do. And I want us to now look at this. I want you to write now in this for the activity 2. We are going to identify 10 tasks you must do on a normal day. And then on the next page, page 19, you will separate them into 2. What are the worst 20%? The worst, most important 20%. Those things that if you don't do them, then it means that there is problem. If I don't go to work today, then I'm going to get fired. If my boss doesn't give me, if I don't give my boss this thing I was to do, that he assigned me to do, he asked me to do, then it means I'm going to get a query. If I don't work on this assignment that my professor gave to me, then I will have issues with my professor. List 10 things you have to do on a normal day, and then you divide them into 2. The first circle that has 20% of tasks are those worst things you hate. You will not want to do them, but you must do them. Because everything that will happen to you next comes from those 20%. And then your favorite 80%, what are those things you enjoy doing? You love doing them. You don't need to be pushed to do them. Very interesting. A great man, Brian Tracy, he said something. He said you should eat the frog. Eat the frog. While we are doing that, he advised us to do some of the things we consider most challenging first at the beginning of our days. So your worst 20, put them in that small circle. Your best 80, that if you don't do them, nothing really happens. If I don't eat today, well, if I don't eat tomorrow too, well, please eat. Your favorite 80%, that if you don't do them, nothing really happens. But you should do them every day. Then the worst 20 are the most important things. Whenever you now want to do anything every day, the worst 20% of those things are the first things you must do because you hate them. They are more time consuming. That packet that you have to review for your boss will take you several hours to complete. That's your worst 20%. You don't enjoy it, but you must do it. It is a must. Let's do that. Let's do that, and then we have 2 more things to review before we end this particular module. That going? Good.
The things I don't like doing, I like to combine with things I do like doing.
I like that. I like that.
For example, I was just telling Justin.
How is that going? Let's remember to take our questions. Share it with the person sitting beside us. Someone shared something now, very interesting. He said that the things he doesn't like doing, he likes to combine them with the things he likes doing, multitasking. And he gave a really perfect example. I don't like reading, But then I love driving. And when I'm driving, I listen to an audiobook. Multitasking. Thank you, David. Now let's talk about fear and anxiety. Fear and anxiety. Do you know what the first class ticket to failure is? Fear. First class ticket to failure is fear. Because fear causes torment. It makes you move around. It makes you do things you don't want to do. It drives you crazy. Many people in the world are missing the opportunity to achieve their destiny or their purpose because they are too chicken. They are too afraid to go for it. When you're too afraid to chase your dream can never become a reality. I remember when I just started speaking, some people told me something. They said, if it doesn't get too big for you to manage, if it doesn't get overwhelming, if it doesn't look impossible to achieve, then it means you won't be successful speaking. But you know one thing that they said to me? They said, when it gets overwhelming, when it looks too big to achieve, when it looks like you can't do it, how you now know that you will do it well is when you hit it. You kick the fear, you kick it and throw it away. And be like, you know what, I'm going to do that thing. Sometimes I find myself being afraid of certain things. And you know what I do to overcome that fear? I ask myself, what are you afraid of? What's the worst that could happen? I mean, what we are all afraid of most times is fear of the unknown. We don't know what could happen. Or sometimes you're afraid of the worst that could happen. You're afraid of failing. You're afraid of disappointments. You're afraid of setbacks. And now I'm asking you that same question. And thank God we have a space, a little space there for you to put it down. What is the worst that could happen? Put it down. What's the worst that could happen? In getting to that thing, in achieving that thing you want, what is the worst that could happen? What is the worst that could happen? Whatever the worst that could happen is, you have to face it. Look at it in the eye and tell it, I'm going to achieve this thing, because you have no power over me. Let's get coordinated, please. Whatever the worst that could happen is, you have to look at it, face it. Tell it you have no power over me, because I'm destined for greatness. I'm born to rule. I'm meant to be there. Some people have lost several races in life from the beginning because they failed to start. They failed to go for it because they were too afraid to embark on that journey. You know how an athlete loses a race from the beginning when he knows, oh, I'm going to lose. So I just don't want to start it because I'm going to lose. How do you know you're going to lose when you haven't started running? You have to chase your goals. That goal that you set up during the goal setup session, chase that goal. And be unafraid of chasing it. The goal wasn't the one that chose you. You were the one who chose the goal. So why should you be afraid of the goal? The goal should be afraid of you. Have you ever seen a mother who is afraid of her unborn child? No. If at all she's afraid of what could happen. Not that she's afraid of the unborn child. She's the one who conceived the unborn child, not the child conceiving her. So the child should be the one who is afraid, not her being afraid of the unborn child. Do we understand this? Your goal shouldn't be afraid. Your goal rather should be afraid of you rather, not you being afraid of achieving that goal. And now we have this third activity in this session, in this model, our fear log. It's on page 20. Okay, on page 20 here, your anxiety breakdown. I want you to be very honest with yourself here. What makes you afraid? Put it down. What makes you feel anxious? What are some of the negative thoughts that you're having? How does your body respond to those negative thoughts? What is the worst thing that could happen? What do you have in your control that keeps all of these things from happening? And then what can you do to calm your body down? Sometimes when I'm afraid of something, I listen to good music. It helps calm my nerves. What do I have in control to keep this from happening? If I'm afraid of speaking at an event, I prepare very well, extra well, get all my slides well, get everything I'll need very well. I prepare really well. What's the worst thing that could happen? And then what are those things that you think about that could make your, calm your mind? Everyone will be happy when I'm done speaking. People will become changed. People will be smiling like they already are in here. People will become better people. And those are things I'll think about that will make me become better. That will make me feel happy. That will make me say, you know what, I'm going to do this thing. And I'm not afraid of doing it. So feel that fear, love. Feel that anxiety breakdown. Now let's talk about your fear log. Does anyone want to share? Is anyone bold enough to share, or is anyone too afraid to share it? Who is afraid to share? Who is afraid to share? Who is going to overcome the fear and share it? You're going to overcome your fear and share it. I like that. Let's give him a round of applause. I like that.
Test and exams.
What?
Test and exams.
So he says he's afraid of tests and exams. Okay.
Sometimes the negative thoughts I'm feeling is, what if I fail? Or when I get my test back, and if I fail, I say to myself that, what if I'm stupid? What if I'm dumb? Mm-hmm. And the next is I look at the other person's paper, they did better than me. My body is like shaking while in the exam.
Now, if you didn't hear that, he said this. He said, the negative thoughts he usually has when, he's afraid of tests and exams are these. What if he fails? I mean, that's what everyone is afraid of, failure. And then sometimes it's like, what if I'm dumb? Those are the kind of things we tell ourselves that make us not go for those things, that make us not pursue those things. And then some other time, the pencil beside him makes him even afraid. How does his body respond? How does your body respond?
Sometimes in the test, I'm shaking.
He's shaking. During those times, he begins to shake, he begins to fret out.
The worst thing that can happen is probably me getting under like 50%.
And the worst thing that could ever happen is him getting under 50%.
And things I can keep from, being anxious of these tests is that just study and don't just...
He said what he can do to prevent that from happening is by studying, by putting in the effort.
What can sometimes there are even days that I'm just too scared to take that test that I just tell the teacher, I'm sorry, I'm too anxious to take this test. Can I do it like tomorrow or another day? Or I just go in and just calm myself down.
I like that. He said sometimes he'll tell his teacher, I can't do it. I'll do it tomorrow. But then other times, what he'll do is he'll just go in, just walk in and say, I'll be calm and I'll take this test. That was very bold of you. At least someone has overcome fear. I like that. Now let's talk about how we can handle emotional and mental breakdown, and then we'll look at resilience, and then we'll be done with this model. What is one thing that can take away your happiness? Or take away your peace? Heartbreak, failure. What exactly? Whenever something bad happens and you find yourself about breaking down, you should ask yourself this question: am I the first person to go through this thing? I'm not. Someone else has gone through it and they rose above it. They rose above that situation. You are not the first. There's nothing new under the sun. Am I the first person to fail this exam? Am I the first person to repeat this exam? No. Someone else did it. They failed. They rose through it. Don't ever forget this Turkish proverb that this too will pass. So whatever that problem is, that challenge is, that situation, that circumstance, it will soon pass. So it doesn't need to give you any form of breakdown. You don't need to ponder on it. You don't need to have a heartbreak. You don't need to have a heart attack because of it. You don't need to feel bad about it. Now, there's something I want to ask. Is it bad? Is it okay? Is it okay to feel bad? It is okay to feel bad, right? I like that. So we all agree that it's okay to feel bad because we are human and certain things don't agree with, what we want. Things don't happen the way we want them to happen sometimes. So it's okay to feel bad. But it becomes good when you rise above that situation, when you rise above that emotion, when you rise above that mental breakdown. Let me tell you the story of the eagle. The eagle is the king of all birds, right? When the eagle flies for, so long, his whole life, he gets to a certain point, he becomes weak, old and frail. Do you know what he would do? He will soar, because the eagle doesn't flap its wings, it soars. It will soar to the highest point in the mountain, the highest cave in the mountain, and it will stay there. And when it stays there, do you know what it does to itself? It would use its beak to pull out all its feathers. It plucks out all its feathers till it becomes bare. That's very excruciating, very painful. Try plucking out one strand of hair from your body, and you understand what the eagle goes through, to now talk of plucking everything. And then it brushes its beak on the wall of the cave, and it looks like a shadow of itself. But then after a certain point in time, usually I think after about 3 months, the feathers begin to grow back. The beak begins to grow back. Its bones begin to rise to have more strength and more energy. And then the eagle rises again. And then it soars to the highest mountain again. It begins its journey in life again. And that's how it continues till the day it dies. That's how we should live. When we are broken down and tired, we are living life in the merry-go-round, we should rise. We shouldn't allow those things to weigh us down because we want to be transformed. We want to improve on ourselves. And there's one thing I want to also emphasize. It is not bad to cry. Crying is therapy. When you feel bad, let it out. Talk to someone. If it means you crying, cry. It's not bad. If it's one of the ways to let out your emotions, let it all out. Don't bottle it up. Don't keep it in within you. Let it all out so that you can be sane. You feel light to think well, to have a good mindset, to improve on what you currently are. And then you look back, what made me cry? And then you build on that. You work on it. This is the root. This is what made me cry. You work. This is what I will do so I won't cry again. That's what you should do. Now, when you break down, remember I said you rise again. You bounce back. And that's called resilience. Bouncing back. Recovering. Adversity is a part of life. Challenges, situation. You have to go through them. But then you must bounce back. Steve Maraboli said something. He said, life doesn't get easier or more forgiving. It gets stronger and more resilient. That is the reality. Because the higher you go in life, the tougher it becomes. So the best way you keep going, you keep forging ahead, is to accept your new realities and keep forging ahead. You have what it takes. That's one thing I want you to know, to keep going. You have what it takes to keep forging ahead. No one is meant to be on the ground forever. No one is meant to be at their lowest point forever. There comes a time in a man's life that you have to rise above your current situation. And that's how I want us to begin to view our lives. When you fall, rise again. You tried, you failed, rise again. And I hope that what we've learned in this second module will impact us and we begin to act based on these things. We've come to the end of the second module, and now it's time for us to have our review. So those questions on page 22, we can take them, and if anyone has any question, I'll be taking them. Or any suggestion, any comment, you want to add something, the mic will be going around now. Does anyone want to add anything? If there's something I've said that you want to ponder, you want to, say more on. And in 2 minutes, let's just go through the questions there we have in the model. Do you want to say something? Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Right, so for 2 minutes, let's look at the model, and then we'll have someone else speak to us about something really wonderful. I take it that now we are done with reviewing, and now we are beginning to engage in little conversations. So now we'll go on a little break now, and while we are on that break, we'll have someone, we'll still be in the hall seated, but just a little break from you seeing my wonderful face. So we'll have someone come speak to us about something really spectacular. Remember when you were registering for the workshop or when you saw the flyer, we promised you something, access to resources, because you need resources. The difference between the man who isn't getting it right and the man who is getting it right is simply resources. Whatever you know, you're a king in that thing. What you don't understand, you will stand under. Whatever you don't know, you become a slave to it. What you know, you're a king in that aspect. So we'll have someone really wonderful from BIPOC Foundation coming to tell us about BIPOC Foundation and what they do at BIPOC Foundation. So let's give Abdulaziz Sani a very wonderful round of applause. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good evening, ladies, gentlemen. I'm actually from the SSS. You got that wrong. The Sinister Sinners Society. That was a bad joke. Come on, guys, give me something better than that. Okay, so I'm actually from BIPOC Foundation. My name is Abdulaziz Sani. I'm the outreach coordinator and the volunteer lead. I'm a little bit nervous right now because my ED is sitting just watching me do this. But essentially, BIPOC Foundation is a resource that allows Black business owners and Black entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs to take their business ideas from idea to market. Essentially, it's just to accelerate like your business ideas. If you have a thought in your head, if you have a problem that you think that you want to solve, BIPOC is essentially here to try to help you solve it. There's different ways we try to help do that. The first way, which I'm going to shameless market, is volunteering. Even though you don't necessarily have a business idea right now, the thing is you can get yourself in the hub that might potentially build something like that. I feel like the biggest way to build a passion is to immerse yourself in that. So you might not necessarily have a business idea right now, or in fact you might never have one, and that's okay. But it looks sparkling on a resume too. I know it does on mine, so like, why not volunteer, right? There's different opportunities. I'm willing to work with you in whatever capacity that you want to work with us, and we can find a way that you fit in, because we're all about making sure that Black people are built up, right? But then in terms of what we can do for your business or your business ideas, is that we have a lot of programs, right? There's every program from the Black Founders Hub, which is essentially like an accelerator, right? Where you come together, you meet with advisors, and then they can take your business idea from the early stages to the pitch, right? I know I used to be some sort of business owner, and if I had the resource of BIPOC to help me take my idea from the early stage to a pitch, I think it would have been way more successful than I wanted it to be. And so it's an opportunity to do that. It's not ridiculous amount of commitment, but if you're really passionate about your idea, why not? What else is, there's a learning series. It's just, you sit down with a bunch of experts, you ask a bunch of questions, and they just take you through different subject matters in business. There's also the LIFT program, which is essentially like learning, integrating, finalizing, and testing. A big part of any business idea is testing your business. But before you do that, what you want to do is you want to learn, you want to find a way to integrate that idea, you want to make sure that whatever you're actually putting out there makes sense, not just to yourself, but to the people around you. And then you want to test it. Because one thing I've always learned, and Charles even said that, is you want to fail fast. Even if you end up failing the first time that you test it, if you fail fast, you can fail forward. You can keep going. You can know, this didn't work, but this is what's going to work next time. There's also something very interesting called a table. You just sit with a bunch of other business owners or aspiring entrepreneurs, and you ask questions between yourselves. What are you doing right now? How can I help? How can you help me? How can we get involved in the community? How can we improve each other? I think that's really fantastic, because how often do you get a chance to, how many people here, let me ask, have a business idea? Just show of hands, please. Show of hands. How many people do you speak to about your business idea? How many people have you spoken to about your business idea? Would you like to speak to people about your business idea? Just like a safe environment where you can just talk to someone about what you're doing. And just, yeah, that's essentially what the table is. I feel like if you don't want to get involved in any other part, the table is a fantastic way to start, because you're literally sitting with potential friends, potential business partners, and you're just having a regular conversation. And if you like money, then you can come to Finance Fridays too. If you learn how to make the money, you also have to learn how to deal with it. And that's part of what BIPOC offers. There's a lot of also member support services. You speak to advisors, you speak to experts, you speak to me. I like talking, so why not? And you speak to, honestly, a bunch of other interesting people. That's one of the biggest things. Right? And again, if all these other things don't interest you, if the accelerator program doesn't interest you, if business bootcamp doesn't interest you, I should talk about business bootcamp. You literally go through 8 weeks of someone helping you plan your business and put it all on paper. Honestly, when I was trying to start my own business, that's the biggest headache. Like to write 20 pages or 25 or 30 pages on my own, bro, I'm not cut out for that. But someone's literally there to help you do that. That's an opportunity of a lifetime. And let me put this bottom line in there because I feel like all these jargons is not maybe your language. There's money in the end if you put in the work, essentially. But there's no money if you don't put in the work. Nobody's going to give you money for what you can't test. Nobody's going to give you money for what you're not sure of. So when BIPOC helps you get to that point, we'll also provide you all the opportunities to actually pitch your businesses in the right places, to gain the funding that you need, to actually take it from point zero to, oh, maybe we can start marketing this now. And guess how much you have to pay for this? $0, bro. That's crazy, isn't it? I think it is. It's mental. Literally, nothing. Nothing. You pay nothing for it. Can you tell me anywhere else that you know that does that for you? Please. Let's be honest. Nothing. It's ridiculous. I think it's a fantastic opportunity, and it's there for people like you, like me, if you know what I mean. Because that's not something that really exists. Do you know what I mean? So take advantage. And again, all this stuff doesn't matter to you. You just want to build a regular career. Come speak to me about volunteering. If you take your marketing student, your finance student, psychology student, I will find a position that tailors to your expertise, and we can find something that makes your resume look a bit more glamourous. Because why not? So yeah, if you want to hear me chat a bit more, come find me. You can come to that table as well. I have a t-shirt to give away, there's a bag to give away, a couple of notepads. But yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Azid. Let's give him a round of applause again. We also want to use that medium to recognize the founder, the co-founder of BIPOC Foundation here. He's here, Mr. Seni. Yeah, thank you very much for coming. Now we would have someone else speak really wonderful, our keynote speaker at this workshop, Dana Dollarhide. Dana Dollarhide. So I would quickly read this wonderful bio about Dana. I want to tell you what she does. And that will be just before we have her come up. Dana Holland. Dana Holland is a wife and mother of 4 energetic children. Dana has been in law enforcement for the past 17 years, pursued her education and embarked on an entrepreneurial journey. She's the co-creator of Bold and Grave, where they encourage people to reach their potential and empower youth to bring on life discoveries as they remember they were born ready to achieve victory every day. Now, in Dana's interactive session, she's going to be talking about ways to build confidence in your journey to self-discovery. She will also delve into the importance of diversifying yourself and pursuing your goals even when the path is unclear. The opportunity to grow is everywhere, that's what she feels. So a distinct background is sure to keep you engaged while proving that anything is possible. So let's put our hands together as we have Dana share some knowledge with us. Let's put our hands together, everybody.
Thank you so much for having me here. I'm very excited to be here, and I guess just as kind of a quick start, can you guys check out some of the ages of people that we have here? Kind of how old is some of the people here? 24? What about this table? Anyone at this table? How old are you guys? Anyone? 26? This table? 20? Okay, do we have anyone who is a parent here? 1, 2, 3, perfect. Anyone who wants to have a family or kids one day? Okay, perfect. Okay, so I kind of just wanted to get an idea of where we're actually at, partly because coming from my perspective and some of the stuff that I want to talk to you about, one of the main things was roles and what role we actually play, who we are, where we stand, all of those types of things. So as you know, I'm a wife and mother of 4 kids. And my kids range from the age of 7 to 14 months. So I have a very busy household, and I love being a mom, but I have so many other things that I try to do and try to be. So with that, when it comes to our roles, a lot of the things, so I play in the role of being, I'm a daughter, I'm a mother, I'm a student, I'm an entrepreneur, I am a police officer, I do a ton of things. And that's not even just like, when you think about your roles, sometimes we just think of, oh, here's the 5 things that I play. But lots of us, you have the aunt, sister, if you're a guy, brother, like all the other things. I'm going to obviously do it from my perspective of being a woman. But the whole idea is I want you to think of other things that you are. And throughout this, my little keynote here, I'd love for you just to take some notes. I know you all have paper or whatnot. But just if something comes to your mind as to who you are or what you represent, I think it's really important because a lot of times we don't realize that we are creators. Maybe you're a social media influencer. Maybe you are awesome with art or photography or you have some skill sets. Like those are all part of who you are. And I think that's a really important thing for you to recognize. So as I had the opportunity to reflect over the past month when I got in contact with Charles and he contacted me, over what have I actually been able to accomplish in the past year and a half. There are actually a ton of things. And I think that's something that lots of times we forget. We forget because with the example of COVID, lots of us think of 2020, 2021 in a negative. We might think, oh, COVID was bad, we couldn't go anywhere, our friends had difficult times, all these things. But in reality, there are a lot of good things probably that happened in people's lives during that time, but we don't always talk about it, partly because we're a little scared to. Because we don't want to say something positive came out of something that was super negative. But imagine you had a family member who got married or had a child. Like those are huge things, or they got their dream job, right? And so I want you to think about those things because it's so important for us to remember that good things can come at in many different times, and we should be able to be accepting of that for everyone. So as you're taking notes, one of the quotes that I really liked, it says, to reach your greatest potential, you have to fight your greatest fears. And Charles talked a lot about that. We have lots of fears, there's lots of things that hold us back, there's things that stop us from doing something or moving forward, and we're just like, I don't want to do this because I'm nervous to do it, I'm nervous of the outcome. But the thing is, we sometimes have to move forward anyway. You have to accept that we all have things that we're worried about or scared about, and sometimes just trying makes the biggest difference. So a question that I have is, what does personal excellence look like to each of you? Every single person in this room is going to have a different answer because all of us are different. But the point is, what does it actually look like to you? What would be and make you feel like you are successful? So in my entrepreneurial journey, when I started a couple years, so I started actually during COVID. During 2020, I decided, let's start a business. Most people thought, why? Why would you do this? People don't have money, people are sick, all these types of things. But we had a very successful, we did 2 youth workshops, and it was super successful. Lots of people came, lots of youth really enjoyed it. Unfortunately, it happened we did it in October, and then November became that worst time with regards to COVID, but we still saw some positive things come from that. And then as I got into my entrepreneurial journey, there was some challenges that came up. People asked, hey, when I jumped in, they said, well, You're actually a couple weeks behind, because I started the trailblazing program at the University of Lethbridge, and that's how I actually know Tolu, who's here somewhere. I don't know if she's in the room right now. But she met me there, and one of the things with that was I was challenged at one point to do 25 interviews, and I was behind by 2 weeks. And they said, if you can get these 25 interviews done ahead of, and you're one of the top 10 people, you can get some more money towards this thing that we were working on. And I was like, oh, okay. So what did I do? That day, as soon as I found out that information, I stopped what I was doing, I did some other things, I stayed up late, I thought of people that I could contact, and then I did the work. And I ended up being the first person to get all 25 interviews done, because I did it then. I thought about it and I worked on it. And so sometimes those types of decisions are really hard and they're difficult to do, but the thing that I want you to know is that if you put your mind to it and you're like, you know what, I'm gonna really work hard on this, it is very possible for you to do. So I know that young man in the back, he was talking about some of the schoolwork, and you're talking about things with regards to it being difficult and hard, and if you prepare, you're in a position where all of a sudden, it's a hard thing to take a test, any type of test. It's even hard to be up here. I wasn't sure if I'd be prepared or that's why I have notes, but it was one of those things where I was nervous, but I was like, you know what? There's things I have to offer, at least I hope, that you guys can take something from what I have to say or my personal experiences. And so I'm very impressed with all of you for being here and just taking time out of your day, because your time is super important, to be here to listen to everyone who's presenting to you. So thank you all for being here. I do appreciate you being here. Thank you. So there are 3 life rules that I think we should all look at. If you do not go after what you want, you will never have it. Straight up, if you don't try, it won't come. Okay? If you do not ask, the answer will always be no. So as an example, Charles didn't know me. Even when I came in here, the first time we met was online, and he had no idea who I was. He knew me because of Tolu had said something to him about, hey, we know this lady, she's in Lethbridge, maybe she'd be somebody who could come. And the thing is, if he hadn't reached out to me and asked, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have known about this event, which I'm very grateful that he did. But the answer became a yes because we had an interaction, because he tried. He reached out to somebody, he had no idea who I was, and he's like, hey, what do you think about this? And I said, that sounds awesome, and here I am. Okay? If you do not step forward, you will always remain in the same place. Okay, now I have a little bit of I don't fully agree with this. So I feel that if I'm going like this and I'm stepping forward, yeah, I'm not going to the same place. But if I just stay here, okay, in one spot, and everything passes me by, and everyone continues on their road to excellence, okay, I feel like I'm technically going backwards. So you have to keep moving even if it's tough, okay? And you don't know, so all of you sitting here, you don't know that if you were to move forward and do something, that all of a sudden, that somebody would see your example and be like, holy cow, look what he did, look what she did, I want to do that too. I wonder how they did it. And now they're asking questions, and now you're working together and you're setting these goals, and you're persevering and you're overcoming things. So this leads me into the idea of confidence. So some of you might look at me and say, oh, she's very confident, and she can just stand up here in front of a bunch of people and do all these things, okay? Up until a few years ago, you would not catch me up in front of a crowd of people, especially most people I've never met, okay? So when I started working in policing, I was that shy person that would literally, my boss, he had this say it was like this was his office right here, okay? I would literally avoid his office like the plague. I would walk around like this and pray that he didn't see me because I didn't want him to talk to me. And one day he said, Dana, come here. I don't want to talk to you. Pulled me into his office and said, Dana, what are you doing? I'm like, I don't know. Walking? He's like, no, why are you avoiding my office? I'm like, I'm not. Yes, you are. And so we had this discussion, and he's like, I want you to be able to do this and to feel confident coming and talking to me. So him taking that effort to reach out to me and say, hey, you are important, changed my interaction with him. And then changed my confidence in my ability to be a police officer. Because I was young. I started when I was 21 years old. I was a baby compared to lots of people, especially in policing, when I'm going to people's houses and trying to solve their marital issues and I have no idea, because I don't get married until I'm 30 years old, right? So when someone's like, hey, can you help me with my problem? And I'm like, yes, I can, right? And I have to be confident and think that I can do something and help someone in that moment, even though my experience is very much lacking, okay? So when it comes to confidence, I want you guys to make a list of your achievements. Think of the things, your proud moments, the things that you're good at, your skill sets, your talents, and write them down. Because sometimes we forget how good we are at things. Same as like with reading books. If you love reading books, the knowledge that you have really does change your knowledge on a lot of things. So number 2, write down your strengths and talents, okay? And build those things and become better in those. So if you want to improve your public speaking, you want to improve your baking skills, maybe you're awesome at cooking and you can teach somebody, okay? Number 3, be positive. The way we say things in our inner voice is very, very important. Okay, if I come up here and I'm like, hey guys, I'm really scared to talk to you today and don't talk. And you're like, what are you doing? This person's awkward. And you'd actually probably feel that for me, right? Like, I don't know, have you guys ever seen somebody get up and you're like, ugh, man, they're having a hard time. They need to get off the stage. But they don't, okay? So the whole idea is have that positive voice. Be like, you know what? I'm here. I have something to offer. I want to help people. I want to give you something, okay? Find a passion and work on it. Maybe you're interested in photography. Some of you talked about, like, he made comments about businesses. Maybe you have a business thing. Like, you're obviously taking photos and doing video, and I saw, like, pictures of us all over. I'm like, okay, that's awesome. Like, there's a skill set here, something I have no idea about. Maybe you are awesome with content or getting online, okay? Get active and go outside daily. Please do this. If you do this, it helps you to feel better and to feel like you're in a better spot. So a big thing for all of us, and for some of you who said you're not sure about businesses, or you're not sure where you're going with school, or you're not sure in the position that you are, your path is rarely clear. And I'll give you a quick example. So my husband, just recently, on the 22nd of December, was offered a job. His job is in Ontario. And I was like, okay. So we actually looked at what we potentially could do. We went and looked at all of the options. I have a good job here. I'm just coming off maternity leave right away. But the debate was, should we move? Should I follow my husband to his location because it would be better for him? It'd be more financially stable. He loves his job, and it would be a good opportunity for him. And we had to look at all of the paths that we could go down. Should we move here? Should we maybe go to a different location? Should he apply for other jobs? We had to do all those things. And the path wasn't clear. We just figured out, we had to make a decision, to be perfectly honest, this morning at 8 a.m. He got on a phone call and he had to say yes or no. At that point, he chose no, because right now the timing was off. It doesn't mean that that option wasn't phenomenal, but the timing for our family is not the best right now, okay? So the idea with this is that you have to look at all points and you will have to choose. You will have lots of opportunities and you need to figure out, what should I choose? And then if you choose, move forward with that choice. Don't sit back and be like, I could have done this, I could have done that. Because from now on, my husband and I, we don't have that option to go to Ontario anymore. He said no. So now we move forward with other options that we have. Okay? Same can go with dating, same can go with marriage, same can go with a lot of things in our lives. You have to choose and you have to make a choice. Sometimes another choice might look like really awesome at one point, but you still have to choose the situation you're in. And your dreams change. How many of you, when you were young, had a dream to be like, I don't know, the princesses, or has anybody wanted to be princess when you were like a little kid, the girls? What about basketball star? Hollywood actor? All those big things, right? Like, lots of times our dreams change. And my idea was, my kids, if they could have their dreams right now, they would be Ninja Turtles, Batman, and princesses. And I'm really happy that I know over the course of the next few years, their dreams will change. They will want to do different things. Because a princess isn't going to get my daughters I still want them to think they're a princess, and they deserve to be, don't get me wrong, gentlemen in this room, my daughters, and I'm sure that any lady in here deserves to be a princess or a queen, okay? But the whole idea with that is it's so important that our dreams can change and we can go down different paths. So think about what you want your legacy to be. If you want your legacy to be, I'm a kind person, I'm a go-getter, I can accomplish so many things, okay? Maybe you're a fighter, someone who goes against the odds. Think about the legacy that you want. And if you have a dream, I encourage you to plan ahead, research, and take action. So really quick, I'm just going to tell you some things that I've been able to accomplish in the past 2 years, which lots of people, you don't always realize. I've completed 3 entrepreneurship courses, joined a Toastmasters group where I met Mr. Richard Lee Ty here, went to a financial learning course, had a baby, completely paid off one of our student loans, saved for a surgery, had my surgery, participated in 4 pitch competitions, won $8,000 and a $12,000 scholarship. Ran 2 races, applied for a grant for my business, Bold and Brave, which is to basically benefit youth and help them to achieve their confidence. Decluttered and changed every single room in our house. Renovated our laundry room and our closet. Coached my son and daughter's baseball team. Raising a family, volunteered for my church. Took a course on how to build a tiny home, because I'm interested in that. Gave a TED-type talk not too long ago to 60+ people. And I've been a keynote speaker for different events. So there, so when I don't say that to brag, I say that to say I came up with a list. I have a list on my fridge of goals that I had in 2022, and I have a new list. My list is a little bit smaller with similar things of what I want to accomplish in 2023. And I accomplished most of those goals because I looked at it every day. So there's a quote from Peter Thiel that says, if you have a 10-year plan on how to get somewhere, you should ask, why can't I do that in 6 months? Sometimes our time is wasted. Sometimes we sit in front of the TV, the computer, playing a game system, doing something different when we could be sitting and doing something that's actually going to help us get to where we want to be faster. And when it comes to your finances, this is like a little tip that I wasn't going to put in here, but this is something that's really important. When you are young, because most of you are young, please put some money away. Even if you put $30 away a week, so think about that. Maybe that's 2 meals at like Subway that you're not, maybe you make your sandwich instead of going to buy it. You put that away, by the time you're my age, which I'm 39 years old, you'll have basically $1 million so that you can just like have invested. Which is a crazy thought because then all of a sudden you're that much further ahead than you ever thought you would be. So this leads to my very final question for you to ponder. Where do each of you want to be in 1 year from now? So where you are a year from now is a reflection of the choices that you are making today. Choose now, make the time to become the person that you want to be, and please, please go for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together again for Dana. Thank you so much. That was so much knowledge. Another resource that we have for you all here, if you check on your tables, you would see this cards, these posters to, tell you about how it's your money and you deserve to keep your money. So we have another resource for everyone. Tax season is just around the corner, and we want to help everyone because many of us here are filing taxes to have the best tax experience. And we have the founder of Accrual Accounting in our midst, David Land, and he's going to be telling us what they do at Accrual Accounting. Let's give him a round of applause.
How many of you ever thought of owning your own business? Why haven't you started yet? You've already got the resources from BIPOC Foundation. You already know an accountant. Hi, my name's Dave, owner-operator of Accrual Accounting. I'm happy to help anybody and everybody, and I mean everybody, help keep you your money in your pockets. Now, unlike the other speakers of today, I found out about this event yesterday, and so I had no time to prepare, so forgive me for stumbling over a few of my words. I started accrual accounting 5 years ago out of my basement with one client in 2018. I didn't know where it was going to go. I started charging very little, very small amount of money, $25 for bookkeeping per hour, and discovered very quickly that that was way too low. Pricing will be one of your hardest challenges when starting a business. Talking to an accountant, wearing all the hats, will only help. You have to be good at doing everything. As an entrepreneur, you have to know everything. And unfortunately, you're not going to be able to know everything, but you do have to know one good thing. Be good at one thing and do it really well. One thing at accrual accounting that I do, and I do very well, is I talk to people as if they're people. I may have graduated from an accounting degree at the University of Lethbridge, and there's one fatal flaw with accountants. We're boring, we're introverted, and we don't talk to regular Joes like regular Joes. And we talk in a language that doesn't make sense to other people. At accrual accounting, we trash the accounting language. We value you as a person. And here's an accounting joke for you. Your greatest asset is you. You, your health, and what you can do with your time. That's the part where you laugh. See, nobody gets accounting jokes. This is why I should stick with coffee. At accrual accounting, we started with one client. I now have over 550 clients 5 years later. We have filed 650 personal tax returns and over 30 corporate tax returns this year alone, doubling not only the personal taxes, but more than doubling the corporate tax returns from even last year during COVID. COVID not only helped my business, but made it thrive. I now have a staff of about 10 people who help me, support me, and do all the things that I absolutely hate doing. I hate marketing myself. I suck at selling. That's why I wear the swag, so you know where I'm from. I suck at writing proposals, and I suck at managing people. I'm very good at bookkeeping and taxes. That's what I love, that's what I enjoy doing. That is one thing that I thrive at doing. And I wish I knew about BIPOC sooner, where I could talk to people about my business and my idea and have a way of not being a lone island. As an entrepreneur, you struggle alone. It's one of the biggest struggles we face. And unfortunately, as students, if you are like me, extroverted, accountant, you're alone. All the other classmates that you have who are in the same classes, they all have their little cliques, they all have their little circles. And yeah, I don't fit in well with others, it's fine. One thing I want to share with you guys is that, yes, I may have it all together, I may have a lot of success and a lot of clients, but it didn't start that way. It started with one client. And yes, it may seem like I have it all together, got a wife and 2 kids, a house, it's owned mostly by the bank, it's fine. But I've also had struggles. Struggles that would make you cringe, struggles that would make you cry, struggles that would make you want to jump up here and give me a hug. I'd be fine with that, just saying. In my struggles, I've learned one thing. Everything you value that money bought you is irrelevant. Money can only buy you so many things. It can buy you happiness for a time. It can buy you that fancy car, the fancy house. It can buy you friends for a time. Materialistic things come and go. The biggest thing of value that I have found with all of my struggles is relationships. That is why at Accrual Accounting we value relationships above and beyond any amount of numbers. You are not just a number at Accrual Accounting. You are people first, and I know every single one of my clients by name. They come in the door and I ask them, hey, how's that kid doing? I know he just came back from back surgery. Hey, how's your daughter doing? I heard she fell off the trampoline the other day. How's that school class going? I heard you went for accounting. At Accrual Accounting, we value you as a person, and we strive to make sure that it's your money. You deserve to keep it. We're not about charging an arm and a leg. Yes, my prices have gone up from $25 an hour. But I've also saved a lot of my clients a lot of money. The biggest tax savings we ever saved somebody, last year we filed taxes for somebody who hadn't filed in 10 years. They came to Accrual Accounting, and get this, my employees thought it was a bad idea that I do the free tax clinic, which I did anyway. From that tax clinic, we had one major referral, that 10-year guy, who not only paid for his 10 years of taxes, but got over $40,000 in GST and tax refund. Now, the bankers can tell you that's like a down payment for a house, and he got it all in one go. So, no, I'm not suggesting don't file your taxes for 10 years, because that's dumb. Don't give the government money, take it while you can. File your taxes every year, even if you don't think you should. You don't have a job, file your taxes. You just turned 18, file your taxes. You have tuition, file your taxes. I can't stress enough, file your taxes. So, hopefully, all of you have been up to date on your taxes. Yes, no, maybe. Didn't even know about taxes, that's fine. I'm here to help. Because I'm Dave with Accrual Accounting. It's your money, you deserve to keep it. And yes, if you want to talk to me afterwards, I'll be sticking around. I have some pens and some cards and postcards to give away, so come find me. Thank you. I don't even know if that was 5 minutes. It's coming. No problem.
Let's give David a wonderful round of applause again. And now for the last segment, the last part, the panel session. We have very wonderful, wonderful people in our midst that have distinguished themselves in, the fields that they found themselves in. We have beautiful community leaders, young ones, and that's what makes them very spectacular, because they are doing wonderful things and they are making great influence. We are going to use this panel session to review the third model, because we will be basing whatever we will be discussing in the panel on the third model, which is the self-development part. That's the emerging excellent part. Among the community leaders in our midst, I'll be reading a short bio about them. Then after that, they will come sit here just behind this seat. And then when we have all of them on stage, we would go on with the third session, which is also the panel session. The first person I'll be talking about, or I'll be bringing up here in no particular order, is someone, quite a number of us know. When we said we were bringing this person, some people said, oh, I've been wanting to talk to this person. Can you give me her number? Okay, I think I've given that away already. Can you give me this person's number? I want to talk to her. I want to get to meet her. She's doing a lot. She's mainly known as Styled by Nif. She's a conscious fashion storyteller. Nifemi Ashani is first a child of God, a Pan-African, a Nigerian-Canadian, and an internationally published fashion stylist, culture curator, and multimedia writer. Influenced by her studies in marketing, passion for cultural stories, and diverse collaboration with leading creatives, Nifemi has built a robust portfolio of exemplary skills that express her confident approach to fashion styling throughout her editorial, commercial, and creative projects. Her style aesthetic is masterfully eclectic in nature and seeks to capture timeless conversations of beauty, identity, and culture. Moreover, Nifemi's corporate ambitions focus on working with fashion brands and creative or communication agencies to champion inclusive and sustainable creative strategies. She strives to provide highly culturally progressive digital and multidimensional strategies for all clients and partnerships. Currently, Nifemi just started her new role as a research associate with the Council for International African Fashion Education and is a research ambassador at Fashion Takes Action, Canada's only non-profit dedicated to advancing sustainability in the entire fashion system. Ladies and gentlemen, Nifemi Ashani. Let's give her a round of applause. The next person I'm going to be bringing up is an author like myself. He just published his first book recently, and it's wonderful to have him here with us. Richard Lee Tai, I hope I got that right, is a TEDx speaker and mentor, connection coach, and co-author of the recently published book, Become Your Super Self. Connect with yourself to connect with others. His TEDx talk, How to Find Excuses to Connect, outlines how people can make meaningful connections easier. His ultimate vision is to create a world without loneliness. People never grow up with a class on how to make friends. No, none of us. I don't know if there's any one of us who grew up with a class on how to make friends. So his work as a professional speaker and coach focuses on lessening the gap in connection with education. He empowers individuals and organizations with the social skills and confidence to make meaningful connections for the rest of their lives. His motto is, you never know how any connection can transform your life. Connections can happen anywhere and anytime, so he encourages you to find that excuse to connect. Richard Lee Tai is our next panelist, and I want us to give him a very wonderful round of applause as he comes here. And then our third panelist is also someone really wonderful, really amazing. After graduating from high school, he moved to Ottawa and worked on Parliament Hill as a parliamentary assistant to a member of parliament, regularly writing speeches, conducting extensive research, managing multiple schedules, and assisting the MP in his duties. Currently, Ryan is studying at the University of Lethbridge and works as a constituency assistant to a member of parliament. In addition to his roles, Ryan also leads multiple youth organizations focused on involving young people in the political process, while investing in their personal and professional development. He has also spearheaded a national political campaign, leading it to become the second most signed e-petition in Canadian history. In his spare time, Ryan enjoys a good day skiing on the slopes, hunting, sports shooting, and playing a round of golf with friends and family. He's in our midst, Ryan Slingerland. Let's give him a round of applause. And the last but definitely not the least, he came up before to talk to us a bit about BIPOC Foundation, and he introduced himself. He told us that very, how did he call it? Funny joke, right? So he's in our midst now. He's going to come again and tell us more funny jokes. He's Abdulaziz Sani. He's a Nigerian who has had the opportunity to live in 3 different countries. Wow. Which allowed him to gain the exposure to find passion in art and entrepreneurship, which is what he currently plies his trade in. When he's not working as the volunteer lead for BIPOC Foundation or as the program leader with kids at the Boys and Girls Club, you'll catch him teaching dance or performing it or singing and writing music. He also loves sports, especially soccer. He plays 3 times a week and recently started coaching a Lethbridge football club, the U18 team. He loves to cook when he gets the chance. He loves to sleep every time he gets the chance, and he loves to organize events when his mental health allows it. He is a proud Yoruba boy who will sell you with pidgin English. So he would also be speaking to us about BIPOC again later over there at the back. And it will be great to have him on stage listening to him share wisdom with us. His name is Abdulaziz Sani for the 2nd time with us. Let's give him a round of applause. So I'll be anchoring this panel session, and like I said, we'll be using it to review our 3rd module. Before we proceed, let's get to hear from the panelists themselves how they feel, how it feels to be seated on stage. Yeah, sure, definitely. I'm sorry. So Ryan, how do you feel being on this stage?
Well, hello everyone. I feel fantastic. It's my first panel discussion here, and I'm very excited after a long hiatus of COVID to kind of start public speaking again. It's been a while, so it's a pleasure to be here. Most particularly, though, I love seeing the wide diversity of people that we have here, particularly in age. I know we have some pretty young people down there in the back, and I know we have a wide spread here, so I'm very excited, and I just love to see people investing in themselves, and I love helping people invest in themselves as well. So,
thank you. Let's give him a round of applause again. And then we'll be hearing from Richard.
Hello, everyone. The first thing I noted when I came up here is I'm being blinded by the lights. So Charles, I don't know how you were not blinded being up here for so long. Anyway, I'm excited to be here. I just drove in from Calgary today, and I love working with youth. This idea that young leaders can accomplish so much. Especially if you are surrounded by people that encourage that and motivate you to dream bigger. So I really enjoyed everything that Charles shared today, which is really about pursuing your purpose. So hopefully all of us panelists can help give us our insights and stories to help you pursue your dreams.
Thank you, Richard. Give him a round of applause. And then the fashion stylist herself, Nifemi Ashani.
Hi everyone, so lovely to see all these beautiful faces. I feel really blessed and honored to be here. I'm very much passionate about, helping young people, young entrepreneurs understand their purpose, their identity. I'm really big on personal identity, even through my work, just knowing how to dress yourself in a way that you feel empowered. So it's really an honor to be here, talk to you guys, chat really, to be more of a conversation rather than me telling you what to do, but more of a conversational atmosphere. And yeah, I'm looking forward to learning and sharing my insights as well. So thank you.
Nifemi, let's give Nifemi a round of applause too. And then last but not the least, Abdulaziz.
Honestly, low-key feel like an imposter, not gonna lie. But honestly, for me, it's nice to, like Nifemi said, have a conversation about genuine struggles that I face and maybe you guys can relate to. and not necessarily telling you guys how to deal with stuff that I haven't completely dealt with, but like figure it out together. You can share with me some of the struggles you went through, and I'm happy to do the same. And hopefully I can maybe help you get to where you want to get to, and maybe you can help me too. Please don't be shy. Yeah, so I'm happy to be here, and I'm really excited to have this conversation.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause too. Now, while the panel session is going on, I'm aware that some of us would be having some questions, so please, you can, write your questions down, and at some point, we'll take any questions from the audience. Now, my first question, and I believe that's what everyone is wondering or wanting to ask, how the journey has been, getting to what you are, to where you currently are today. How has it been? I think we can start from Aziz.
Man. Yo, journey's been crazy. Honestly, it's hard, like really hard, especially like I'm here without my family. I came here as a really, really young person. Most people don't know that, and it's just how I had to, like, that's part of like the imposter syndrome, because I had to put a front out. It's been very, very difficult. I can't even lie about that. It's been very like lonely moments and moments of feeling crazy, even till now sometimes. But what I can say is I wouldn't be here without any of those moments. It's been fulfilling as well. I've met some great people. I've enjoyed some of the things I've went through. And even though I don't like to admit it, or maybe sometimes I'm afraid to, like Dana said, I feel like I've accomplished quite a bit of things that I'm proud to admit. So yeah, the journey has been ridiculous, but it's led me to where I am, and I guess I won't complain. So yeah, not bad.
Thank you for that question. That's a really great question, because it has you sitting down to reflect about the journey. For me, it has been a positive challenge, because I grew up in a family where it has been instilled upon me to be a go-getter. If I want something, go after it, work hard for it. And yes, there'll be challenges along the way, but it teaches you how to be stronger, how to be more loving, and how to see the world in new ways, right? So the journey has been great. As a stylist specifically, I actually started styling just myself. I was just really passionate about fashion in grade 11, actually. In grade 11, I was like, oh, I really love, let me just experiment with myself, just try new clothes and stuff like that. And then I started a blog, actually. That's how it all started a blog. My brother was my photographer. So he started taking pictures of me, and I would write posts about how to dress for certain occasions and whatnot. And then university started, because I started my blog when I graduated from high school. University started, and I started styling my friends in dorms and stuff like that. I was like, oh, I feel like you would look good in this outfit just because I understand their character, and I know that they would carry themselves well in this particular clothing. And then it just transitioned from there, where I just had opportunities come my way that helped me kind of be like, okay, I can see a career in this. I see myself helping people in this space. And it's been, I would say, about 5 years now in styling and whatnot. And each year I've just gotten closer into defining my voice and defining what I want to be, what I want to do, what impact I want to create within my industry. And it took a long time for me to get there, but I'm just really grateful that, it's a journey, like we said, it's a journey. So yeah, it's just been a positive challenge, I would call it. Yeah.
Wow, that's wonderful. Richard.
Yeah, thank you for the question. What's my journey? It's sort of asking, what's your whole life story? So I'll try to keep it brief. There's two sentences or two phrases that I want to bring up. One of the phrases is, my mess is my message. And the second one is, finding purpose in your predicament. So both of them but I didn't have that many friends growing up. And so I spent a lot of time alone and sort of craving that community and connection. So that carried all the way with me into adulthood as well. So I moved from Calgary to go to the University of Lethbridge for school. And I was starting from scratch. I didn't know a single person there. And so I found it difficult to fit in and find my sense of belonging. And especially when I would compare myself to others too. It's like, oh, I would see on social media, everyone has their friends. It seems like they're having fun times, they're hanging out. And then there's me. And I felt that sense of being left out. It wasn't until much later that I realized that really a lot of people experience this loneliness. It's just not talked about. There's not that much awareness or normalizing of it. So that's a large part of why I try to talk about it now, because even especially after the pandemic, we've been so socially isolated, and coming out of the pandemic, our social skills are rusty, or at least mine are. So being able to have open dialogue about these and realizing that our social well-being is so important to take care of. Along with our physical health and mental health, there's also our social health. So yeah, that's how my journey's been. It's been lots of ups and downs, but I found my message and my purpose through what I had gone through.
Wow, thank you very much, Richard. My mess is my message, and then my purpose is my predicament. Right, that's wonderful. That's something we should, ponder upon. Right.
Well, thank you for the question. And my journey, wow, where do you start? I guess one word that I would preface my journey with would be one that I'm extremely grateful for. And I guess I'll actually start with this. And I think it's very important that you ask this question, because one thing that I've kind of learned through my own experiences is we don't take enough time to reflect and look back at where we've come from. Too much of the time we're too busy with our day-to-day tasks, like what's going on right now, how can we move forward, and because of it, I think it actually hurts us as individuals. So thank you for the question. Now, my journey is quite a crazy one, and if you would have asked me maybe 5 years ago if I would be doing a panel discussion and if I would have been living in Ottawa for a year, I would have laughed you out of the room. It would have been crazy. My journey was one that stemmed actually from a 3-day trip. I was very focused. I wanted to go into medicine, and my dad was like, no, you need to experience another world of politics. So went out to Ottawa for a 3-day trip with him, and at that point I kind of got exposed to this whole new world, and I was invited to kind of start this national campaign on an issue that I was very passionate about. So I started an e-petition, and I found myself sponsoring the second largest e-petition in Canadian history with media interviews, and it was trial by fire. And I tell you, I did learn a lot, but I had zero experience in the world.
Amazing. If I got anything from that, that would be that sometimes you have to move out to find your purpose. That's one thing you should take in. Sometimes you have to leave your comfort zone to find your purpose. Now, we've talked about the journey, and everyone, likes to see the beautiful you. I mean, Nifemi, you're glowing. Everyone wants to see this Nifemi. Very few people know what it took to get there. And if you don't know the story, you can't appreciate the glory. So you've shared with us that story. Now, what were the tough times? What was the time you said, I can't do this. I can't do it. It's getting too much. How were those times? What kept you going? What made you keep going? Nifemi.
Tough times. Yes, that's a good one. That's a really good question. I would say the tough times were mainly trying to balance school and business at the same time, especially last year. I was experiencing a lot of boom in my business, and kind of like my academic success was going down a little bit. And I was going to actually take a break from school. I was like, you know what? Let me just take a break from school and just focus on my business, because things are looking really great here. But I knew about, and it's not, at the time I didn't know, but my parents basically talked me out of it. They were like, no, if I mean just continue with school, just continue. And I was like, oh no, I feel like I can do it. Like, don't worry, guys. Like, I'm gonna be successful. Like, that's everything. And I realized, I just thought to myself, and the main thing for me that got me through the academic challenge was prayer, in the place of prayer, in the place of mentorship, and just kept on looking at where I want to go. Because initially, in 2020, I wanted to go into fashion psychology. And then the following year, I was like, oh, actually, maybe I should do like fashion law. And then I realized that I was able to find a combination of all the things that I want to do in fashion when it comes to like the policy part and also the global marketing, like research part of it. And this year was a year where I was actually able to find that and like get a full internship, research fellowship role in that. And it was the reason how I was able to get to that point was because I told myself, okay, I can't give up. I need to keep pushing, and kept on surrounding myself with the right people and looking at where I wanted to go. That helped me overcome the challenges, and also like allowing myself to feel the pain and the failure of not, achieving well in school, right? And I was like, okay, this isn't like, you didn't do good in this course, you gotta go back. I feel like I was trying to run away from school because things wasn't looking good. I was like, oh, you know what, I don't need school. But I realized, you know what, if I really want to make a certain significance in my industry, I need to continue with my education. So I was like, okay, I got it. I made up my mind, and things are going well with school right now, actually. I'm taking a little bit of a pause with my business to focus on school and also my research fellowship. So yeah, that's how I would say I got through that.
Thank you very much, Nifemi. That was wonderful. The focus part, it's the focus part for me, and the part that even when she wanted to go on with her business, her parents were there to say, no, you can't stop with school, and now she's also saying that education is very important. Remember how in the first model I said that John C. Maxwell said that talent is never enough. You still need things to fine-tune your skills. You still need things to fine-tune your talent. And education is one of those things that we need to fine-tune our talent and skills. Richard, how has the struggle been for you?
The mic broke earlier, so just double checking that it's working. Yeah. One thing about journey, too, that I wanted to bring up, there's this concept of the hero's journey. For people that aren't familiar with this, like any story that you've read or movie, it follows this path of this hero, where they do go through these challenges, but then they also have mentors and things to support them. So any journey has that struggle. It's just part of going on that heroic struggle. So for me, one of the toughest times I had gone through was in one of my previous work experiences that ended not how I wanted, to say it politely, in the sense that I was essentially accused of things that I hadn't done and then forced to resign from the position. And it was really hurtful for me because it sort of it's such a stark contrast, because one day I thought, I'm friends with all these people, they have my back, they've said phrases like, we're a family here, and then the next day, it's like I'm dead to them. They don't interact with me anymore. I felt a great sense of betrayal. And then sort of reflecting back on like, well, okay, all these things you said before about how we're a family, was that ever true? And so that did that was very hard to deal with, because it's like, I felt so misunderstood and that everyone was against me and that my voice didn't really matter or they wouldn't listen anyway. But what I learned in that struggle, even though suddenly all these people in my work environment turned on me, I was grateful that I still had friends that were there for me, that I reached out to them that same day and said, this is what's going on. And they're like, Richard, let's get on a call. And so it was really nice just to be able to openly share my feelings. And it did clarify to me that there's people that are not gonna like you, and I had to come to conclusion with that, or come to accept that truth of life. And so learning that some people are not gonna like you, and that's okay, and to surround myself with people that do motivate me and genuinely care about me, and that they stick to their word when they'll do what they say they'll do. So finding those mentors and finding that community for yourself is really important when you're in those dark places.
Thank you so much, Richard. Some people will never like you, notwithstanding what you have done or what you haven't done. So that's why you have to just keep going. Whether you don't need their like to keep going. Remember how we talked about acceptance. You have to accept yourself for who you are. Ryan, let's have you. How has the struggle been?
Well, thank you. I think the first thing that we need to acknowledge in this question is that struggle is real and it's okay. It's okay to struggle. It's part of life, and I think how you leverage that struggle, the pain, is how you actually succeed and how you grow to be further than your peers and how you actually grow to become that professional. Dealing with struggle is the most important part of it. Richard had actually talked about loneliness earlier, and that's something that actually I can resonate with a lot with. I just graduated high school. I was fresh out of high school. I had no university experience. I was young, naive, 18-year-old. And I moved to Ottawa. I had no friends, no family. I knew no one there. And I was like, oh, epicenter of politics. This is going to be great. I'm going to love it. I mean, it was a struggle. I knew no one. And the loneliness there for sure. But I guess to what keeps you going, and that's honestly friends, mentors, and people like you guys. People that have invested in me, that I could reach out to, that reached out to me. They were the ones that encouraged me to keep going, and they were the ones that helped me establish a vision of like, Ryan, why are you in this world of politics? Like, you'll never win. This is a world that no one should ever enter because you just can't succeed in here. But establishing a vision of why you're there in the first place and helping you tie that back. So what kept me going was my friends, my mentors that helped me along this journey and helped me leverage this struggle into, and this pain, I guess, and loneliness into creating something good out of it. So,
thank you, Ryan. His friends, his mentors, his colleagues. Remember, people are fundamental to getting you ahead in life. Let's have Abdulaziz.
Honestly, my biggest struggle wasn't one thing specific. It was more of a, how do I say it, circumstance, or like something I noticed that nobody ever taught me about, which was how quickly things can change, right? Between the space of like 6-8 months, I was on television for like Lethbridge television for like Afrobeats dance, which was the first time it had ever happened in Lethbridge. I was on the verge of a $90,000 deal with the YMCA. I was making a lot of like strides in my fields, in my career. I was working at the bank as a very, very young lad who was still going to university. I was doing everything I thought I could. And 8 months later, I lost my granddad. I had to stop school. I lost a deal. I was on the verge of losing an organization I started. Things just didn't look right. Just didn't make any sense. And it's like, just like that, everything turned. And the worst part of it becomes when you feel like you're alone dealing with all of that. Because, like, think about it, that's not the only thing that you're probably going through at that point, right? But literally at that point, I was even questioning, like, my status staying here. But then with finding strength and comfort in speaking to people that I should trust, right? Like they said, just believing. It was so hard because growing up in the background I did, it was you keep your problems to yourself. Nobody wants to hear it, and people are gonna laugh at you for it. That was one of the biggest lessons I ever learned. That's not true. That's not true. Like, yes, the people who are going to laugh at you for it are going to laugh. But there's then genuinely people out there who are going to want to help you. And I shared one of my problems with someone, and honestly, it changed everything for me because it allowed me to keep on sharing, right? To start trusting more. And the minute I started doing that, I started opening up more. Then the biggest other thing that helped me get through like moments like that is you gotta take a second, look back, and actually appreciate like the strides you make. It might be tiny, it might be little, but like you did something, and even if it was just like you think you're like, right? Like someone else is trying so hard, like weeks, months, doing what they can to achieve that little success that you were just like, yeah, I did that on Tuesday afternoon, I don't really care. Do you know what I mean? Like, you gotta recognize that, appreciate yourself for it, and it's gonna help you move on because that's how you're going to get the motivation to keep going forward. And then you gotta build relationships that you can actually leverage in a certain type of way. Like, that's really important. I hate to say it, but like they said, there's friends for a reason. Nice that appreciate yourself. There's one last one I can't really remember, but sometimes you gotta let some specific people go, and that's okay, right? They're there for a specific purpose, a specific reason. You help them, they help you, and you move on. You don't hate them now. They're just not going to get you to the point that you need to get to, and that's fine. And then there's friends that you literally need to stick by, because even if they don't have any like potential like monetary or financial value to your life, like just even the mental, right? Like one person, I don't want to put him on the spot, is like literally right here in this room. It's like I can relate to everything he was going through mentally and emotionally, and we can sit down and we can talk about it, and it's like, wow, I'm not alone. Like, he's going through the same things I'm going through, and if he can find like reason to keep going on, why can't I? And then something, again, the way it changed for the negative could just change for the positive, and you can find a good reason to keep moving on. And that's what happened to me, right? Things changed for the better, and next thing you know, you're sitting pretty and you're like, oh, when did this happen? Right? It's not exactly where you want to be, but again, you got to take a second and be like, you know what? I'm happy for where I am, because literally like 8 months ago, it was all crashing down, right? And then hopefully that just keeps getting you to the point. And that huge success or that huge point that you've gotten to, you know it's not the end. Honestly, like Charles said, at some point, you don't want it to be the end, because the minute you say, yeah, I'm good now, is when everything could start changing again. But you appreciate it, and you want to keep trying to build on it. You know the negatives are going to come back again. They're going to try to beat you down. Devil has different plans for you than you have for yourself. But then you got to mentally prepare yourself for it and find a way to keep pushing on, right? And if you can't, just remember you're not alone. That's when those relationships that you were building, you leverage them again. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Aziz. Let's give him a round of applause. That was a wonderful session. It's very interesting seeing how all our panelists are pointing in one direction, people. And when Aziz said that there's something that they say that there are friends for a season, the reason, and it's funny how I don't know the last one too. And for a lifetime, great. So, and there are some times that you have to allow some people leave your life. Remember I said that for this panel session, we are going to use it to do module 3. So I'm going to ask them this very interesting question. Everyone faces peer pressure, the biggest person, the smallest person. And in getting to where you have been, how have you handled peer pressure? When you see your friends maybe doing the cool things, and it's like you aren't doing the cool thing, maybe you feel different. How have you, what makes you continue going? Why don't you succumb to doing what they consider cool? Well, they would be telling us that we can use the opportunity to do the activity 3.0. So we will start with Aziz.
Plain and simple, pardon my French, the first reason I never just like answered to peer pressure is because I would get whooped by my dad, straight up, right? That was the first main reason. It's like, yeah, you can't be making silly mistakes, man. Like, it's just not allowed. But then you grow, and that's not enough. That's not enough, because I don't know if you guys have heard it, but it's true. Once you get let loose, something takes over. And then it has to be you that decides that, you know what, it's important that it can. And for me, it's just a matter of, do I really want that? Like, how important is that to me specifically? Not to them, not to the relationship, not to this joy that I think they have right now and I maybe want to be a part of, right? How is this important to me? How does this make me feel at the end of the day? I'll give you an example, and this is something I always like to point back to. If my dad caught me with an earring on right now, he would probably give me a look of disappointment, right? Like, definitely, this is not something he approves of. But at the end of the day, whether or not I like it, it's a peer pressure I succumb to because I feel like it makes me look good. It makes me look good. It doesn't make anybody else feel good. It doesn't make me think, oh yeah, this person is going to accept me. Personally, for myself, I think that it makes a positive impact in my life or a positive difference. And that's how you have to think about it. And you might be wrong about that, right? You might learn in a few months, in a few years, that it didn't have the impact that you thought it was going to have positively. But then that's just life, right? If you genuinely feel like your mind, the intention is, this will make some sort of positive difference in my life, maybe right now, maybe over the long term, then that makes sense. If not, then it's not worth it. No matter who is asking you to do it. For real. Right? Anybody that is asking you to do something that they know is not good for you, is not good for you. Simple. Right? Because if they cannot take you into account and ask you how you feel about it, then they're looking out for themselves and not you. And why should you succumb to something like that? And that just, it keeps me floating. So like, I've never, something I can really say proudly with my chest is I've never really succumbed to any sort of peer pressure. I make mistakes, they're my mistakes. Because in the moment, I thought it made sense to me, and I'm man enough to acknowledge that at some point I made mistakes about that, and at some point I was right about that, and I can move on with that, right? So yeah.
Thank you very much, Aziz. We'll have Nifemi now.
Peer pressure. So I feel like as females, I may not be speaking for all females, but I feel like a lot of women, we do succumb to like peer pressures. And also peer pressure comes in different forms. It could be like, oh, hey friend, like what are you doing tonight? Let's go to the movies. Or, you're supposed to be studying, just things that you love to do. Because peer pressure may not be like a bad thing, like, oh, smoking or something like that. It could be generally something you enjoy to do, you enjoy doing. And you have the opportunity, like in school we learn, in economics we learn about opportunity cost, right? So it's like, okay, so if I do this, I'm giving up this, right? So for me, I've definitely had my fair share of peer pressure and doing things I know, like, okay, I'm supposed to be doing something else. How I've been able to manage peer pressure in my life has been understanding, like, what my goal is and looking at it clearly. There's something that my pastor says, that Pastor Emmanuel Eduesi, he said, the beginning of greatness is vision, is knowing your vision. What you see in your inner self, not just like, okay, I'm seeing this in front of me, but what you see within you and what is in your heart, right? So I look at it like, okay, I know what I'm sowing right now. I know what I'm planting, and it could be like for example, I gave the example of my education earlier. Like, that is something that I need to plant the seeds in because I know the benefits that I'm gonna reap from it later on, maybe in like a couple years or whatever it may be for some of you. So I would say definitely thinking about, being patient or taking the time to make decisions, right? Let's say a friend asks you wants you to go out and do something. You think to yourself, okay, is this what I need to do right now at this time? That's how I've been handling it, at least. Like, I'm like, okay, my friend's asking me to do something, and I'm like, okay, if I do this thing, what would be the repercussions, whether good or bad, right? And then I go ahead and make my decision from there. And I would also say that another thing that I've done as well that I've written out in my journal is like, if I were my own enemy, how would I destroy myself? The reason I ask this question is because like it says in the Bible, the devil's here to kill, steal, and destroy. And if I was the devil, how would I kill, steal, and destroy myself? What is taking up my time? In even a more practical way, what is stealing my time? So every year, usually I start in November time to do my year reflection. So that December, I'm like, okay, I'm already walking in 2023. I've already started my 2023. So this November, I like reflected on like what I've written throughout the years, like my journal entries for each quarter and everything. I'm very like strategic with I'm very organized. Even myself and Richard have talked about organization. But like I reflected, I did like my reflection. I'm like, okay, what stole my time in 2022 that I wasn't able to accomplish certain goals, right? So that is the devil that is stealing my time from being able to accomplish my goals in life, right? So looking at peer pressure, going back to peer pressure, you know, what are the things in peer, like what type certain peer things that are, okay, how do I rephrase this? What is enticing you, right? What are the things that are enticing you that it's like, okay, when my friend asks me, oh, I wanna go to the movies, you know you love the movies, but how can you manage your emotions and be like, okay, I wanna go to the movies, but let's do it. Maybe I only go to the movies once a month or like once a quarter or something like that. So you're putting in restrictions or structure around the things that make you feel like, okay, I enjoy this thing, but I shouldn't be doing it this much because I need to put my priority in other places, right? So that's the way I've been handling my like things that I feel like that peer pressure. And the reason why I do that is because like I'm not trying to be hard on myself. I'm trying to have mercy. Like I feel like, and in the society that we live in, we get so hard. We become so hard on ourselves. Like, oh, I should have done this. Or you looked at your 2022 goals and plans. Like, oh, I wish I did this. I wasn't able to do this. Like, have mercy on yourself. Like, be kind to yourself. Like, it's okay. It's okay that you fell for this. Whatever it is. But now you're looking at it in future terms, like, okay, I enjoy doing this thing, or I shouldn't be doing these things. What kind of structure can I put in my lifestyle that could help me manage this area of my life that I know that I need to create a better routine for, or stop a certain habit that I've been like doing for a while. So yeah, I would definitely say put in structure, having a system. I would say that's the key word. Having a system for things in every area in your life, right? Not a New Year resolution. I feel like it's more like it's very restrictive. Yeah, it's more like, okay, I do this, I don't do this, right? But having a system is like more of an evolution, like process. Like you know, you realize, like I was even talking to Richard, like how like I've been having people reach out to me like, oh, Nefemi, I want you to like help me with this, I want you to help me with that, but right now my priority is finishing my last semester of education. So I'm like, okay, I need to refer them to other people. So I have now a system of how I can now do that so that I'm not overwhelmed with all these people reaching out to me, right? So that's just an example, putting structure and having a system for the things in your life. Yeah.
I like that one. Two things I got from what Nifemi said. If I am the devil, how would I destroy myself? That's really deep. And having a system. Thank you very much, Nifemi. Very nice one. You have Richard now.
Okay, I'm going to start with a controversial opinion. Okay, what's the difference between peer pressure and peer support? Because both of them are people, and people are influencing you. I think the difference to me is who you choose to surround yourself with. Are the people you're surrounding with trying to hold you back, saying you can't do it, or are they saying you can do it? Because peer pressure is sort of pulling you backwards or trying to keep you where you are, whereas peer support, you feel like you're being pulled along. You're actually motivated and inspired by people. And I can give examples of this. So one experience of peer pressure that I still go through is from my parents, because they have certain expectations of me, especially they're immigrants and I was born here in Canada, so there's always a bit of cultural and intergenerational conflict there of like, you should become a doctor, engineer, or lawyer. And I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. So it's sort of this sense of, well, I'm gonna follow what I feel like is right to me, because ultimately I can respect their opinion, but it's still my life and my happiness. And I'm gonna be the one with regrets if I feel like I followed someone else's expectations versus my own. In terms of peer support, I've been very intentional trying to find my people, like find people that are like-minded. That makes it easy for me to pursue things. So for example, one of my friends, he did a paid keynote at the University of Toronto, and he's just like two or three years older than me. And so after he did that, I felt pressure. But it was a good sense of pressure, because like, oh, if he can do it, I can do it too. Like, I want to be where he is. And so if you find those people that are like you, that can actually turn into peer support rather than peer pressure holding you back. So it's really important, again, surround yourself with like-minded people, and there is always someone out there like you. If it's not currently in your life, you got to seek it out, because I know other people too that are around my age. They've written books, they started their own businesses, they do coaching, consulting, etc. So it's like, these are my people, and that just makes it so much easier for me to pursue what I want to pursue.
Thank you, Richard. Ryan.
Thank you. And I mean, the other panelists like hit the nail on the head. I don't know how much more I have to add to this. Like, that's incredible. I guess I'll approach it from a little bit of a different angle, in the sense of, I'm just going to talk a little bit, I guess, about how, when you're encountering peer pressure, how do you make the right decision in the moment? What kind of a framework should you use? And I guess from my own personal experiences, especially going through high school, I experienced a lot of peer pressure to do things that I know would be damaging to my image, and especially knowing that I wanted to be involved in politics, there were certain things I was pressured to do that I knew I couldn't. So how do I withstand that? How do I make that decision in the moment? How do I make that right decision? How do I learn to say no, or yes, for that matter? And I guess the first thing that really helped me is establishing and asking myself the question, who are you? What are you about? What do you stand for? Where do you want to go? And without that, I think it's really difficult to navigate life. I think once you have those questions figured out, and everyone can ask these questions to yourself, and ask them regularly, because your answer will change. But once you have those questions figured out, you will, in a sense, have created, unknowingly, as Nefemi kind of mentioned, a framework of like, okay, so I've established that this is where I want to go, this is who I am. How will this decision that I'm about to make, how will it affect that? How does it relate to my image? How does it relate to where I want to go? So I think withstanding peer pressure, a key part of that is really understanding, who are you? Where do you want to go? What are you all about?
Thank you very much, Ryan. Understanding who people are. Now I'll come back to Abdulaziz, and that's for us to now look at the second part of the third model, decision making. Decision making, really important. What kind of decisions have you made so far, and how have your decisions impacted you?
Sometimes my decisions have shot me in the foot. Sometimes they have taken me to very good places. But the first and foremost thing is, you have to recognize that it's your decision. And that's not a bad thing, neither is it a fantastic thing, because the minute you recognize that, you give yourself an opportunity to self-reflect on what was good and what you can be better at, right? And that's important, because I feel like sometimes, because of the fear of like being harsh on yourself, or the fear of not wanting to take credit for some things, you don't want to sit and acknowledge how good you did something or how terrible you did it. And that's important, because there's no way you're going to move forward in the way that you want to if you don't do that. I feel like there's even little decisions. You said something about like 20% of like the stuff you do like leads to like most of the consequences in life. I'm going to give you an example, really, really huge example in my life right now. There was a time in my life I used to go to soccer 4 or 5 times a week. It was crazy. It meant I almost had no social life. I was spending so much time playing soccer. I would be so tired. I'll get home. I want to do the things I enjoy, but I just played soccer, so I'll probably pass out, wake up. Life was just all over the place. Add that to the fact that I was working, it just wasn't great. But funny story, that's where I met Clement. Kept on going to soccer. We were playing soccer. I was enjoying it. It was nice. I met Clement there. I decided to be as respectful and as decent as I could be as a human being. And 2-3 years later, I'm working for him. Now that's a decision I will never regret. In fact, I want to play soccer more now, because who knows where that's going to take me. I don't know, right? It's also the fact that I made a decision to be respectful. When I play soccer, for example, I'm sometimes a different human being. I can't recognize myself. I get overly competitive and I can get a little bit nasty, I'm not gonna lie. I remember one time we had an altercation. Maybe he doesn't remember, and maybe I'm shooting myself in the foot for reminding him. But we had an altercation, and a day later, I remember I went to him and I was like, "Oh, boss, I was having a moment yesterday. I'm so sorry for whatever I said." And I didn't know where that was gonna lead, but I also made the decision to be a decent human being, because that's important, right? Because I didn't know what he was going through. Neither did he know what I was going through, but it was just important to make the decision to be a good person. Now, I'm saying these good decisions, but there's also times I've made really, really bad decisions, like decisions I'm even afraid to share with anybody. But the thing is, I can, at some point, sit down and say, you made these decisions, they weren't great. Let's try not to repeat them again. It's as simple as that, because that's the only way you can be better. I feel like sometimes people are not necessarily forgiving to you, but you have to be forgiving to yourself. Because if you're not, you're digging yourself a hole. If you're not, you're going to be afraid to make decisions. And if you're afraid to make decisions, as Charles said at some point, you're not living life. You're just literally like, you're coasting through, right? You are doing what else, so like every time you think about something, you go to someone and you want them to confirm it and validate it for you because you're afraid to do it for yourself. If you make the decision to accept your decisions, to know that some decisions were great and some decisions were mistakes, you're making the decision to actually be able to fail forward. And once you start failing forward, you're moving forward. That's it.
Thank you very much, Aziz. Let's have Ryan.
Thank you. Decision making. This is a very, very big topic, and I guess kind of, where do I take this? Man, oh man. From my own personal experience, I have seen so many people struggle because they are afraid to make decisions, or they wait too long to make their decisions. They're too focused on making sure they make the right decision, and because of that, they miss that window of opportunity that decision could have offered them to succeed. I see it in school, I see it in my personal and professional life, I see it all the time, and I mean, I'm not a perfect person either. I've had to really learn how to make decisions quickly, but to everyone here today, I guess my biggest thing I would say is make the decision. Make it quick. Just make it. And you can worry about whether it was the right decision later on. And if it was the wrong decision, learn from it. And it's kind of building onto my previous response of that framework is learn from your bad decisions, contribute that to that framework so you'll make the right one next time. So that's the first step to that. Now, if you're looking to grow more professionally, personally, I would say yes to as much as you possibly can. If you're greeted with an opportunity to do anything, even if it's like, oh man, like the most obscure thing, go to a family get-together that you don't want to go to. I was there yesterday. Day after New Year's, I was wiped. I was like, there's no way I want to go. Anyhow, I went and I had a great time. And I had a life-changing conversation with a family member yesterday. So to you, I just say yes. The worst thing that will happen is maybe you wasted an evening, but you never know who you'll meet, what you'll experience, and how that will help you later on. So,
thank you, Ryan. Richard.
I'm gonna contradict Ryan a little bit, or add a different perspective. There's a great book I read this past year called Essentialism, and it's all about choosing the most essential things to focus on rather than spreading yourself too thin by saying yes, perhaps, to too many things. One of the criteria he talks about in that book is if it's not a hell yes, it's a no. So it's setting a stricter threshold for what you do say yes to, because lots of things can provide value and lots of things can be good, but is it really what you want? Because it can be very easy to over-clutter your schedule and then have too much on your plate and burn out, because I've done that. I used to have a schedule where I was doing things from morning to evening, and I could handle it, but looking back, I could see that really I was not thriving. I was just like barely keeping my head above the water, so to speak. So that's one thing to consider. If it's not a hell yes, it's a no. One other poem that I've kept coming back to throughout my life, it's called The Road Not Taken. It's by Robert Frost, and it starts with two roads divided in a yellow wood. And it's this idea of there's lots of forks in our life. There's these decision points where you could go one way or the other. And how the poem goes is by the end, the narrator says, I took the road less traveled by, and it made all the difference. And so I thought about that poem a lot. I was like, okay, what does difference mean? At the beginning, I'm like, oh, difference means it's positive. Like, this person went down the road less traveled by, the more non-conventional path, and their life is so much better for it. And I thought, okay, well, difference could also mean their life is worse. Like, what if they had gone down a different path and that other path would have been better? And then my ultimate conclusion is difference is just a neutral word. It's the most realistic word too, because whatever decision you make, there's going to be pros and cons to it, and you can't ever really know what the other path would have held. And if you keep obsessing over it, really that just causes you more suffering. If you wondered, like, what if I had done X instead? Maybe my life would have been better. And then that just leads to regret. So decision making, really, it's like pick any decision. It's going to have its pros and cons, but you sort of just flow with it rather than obsessing about what could have been. Because really, every day you still have that fork. Every day you have the chance to have a choice and decide what you want to do.
Thank you, Richard. Oh, Ryan wants to say something? Okay.
Sorry. I appreciate the perspective you bring, Richard, and I guess I'm going to maybe tie in with some personal experience of here of like, I understand where you're coming from. My issue is I would not be here today if I didn't say yes. Again, I kind of touched on that briefly before. I was very focused on medicine. I wanted to go into med school. I had my life figured out. I was going to be a boring doctor, and that was going to be that. But this opportunity came to me to experience the world of politics. And at the moment, I can tell you it was not a hell yes. It was not. It was more, probably almost a no, but I did say yes. I was like, okay, let's just see what's here. And it changed my life. So, yes, I think you can don't spread yourself thin, for sure, don't do that. But when opportunities arise, I guess maybe I'll say don't be afraid to say no. Sorry, did I say that right?
Can I respond?
Sure.
It's not a debate.
Thank you, thank you.
One thing from this essentialism book that I failed to mention as well, which I think is important to mention, essentialism is actually about exploring more, like exploring casting a wide enough net that you've tried lots of things and then you have that data and clarity to now say, this is what I really want to focus on. So I agree. The exploration part is important, but at some point there's also the decision to pick what you want to focus on rather than still going in lots of different directions.
Thank you, Richard and Ryan. Let's have Nifemi now.
I'm enjoying the conversation here, actually. Like, I'm learning a lot. I'm like, oh, okay, good point. Oh, let me check out this book. I like it. I really like it. Because even like when Abdul was talking earlier, I had noted that, you know what, how will I even tackle this question? Because decision can be looked at from like different perspective. It has different shapes and forms, right? So how I'm going to tackle it, kind of taking bits and pieces, but I'm going to be focusing more on decisions when it comes to opportunities, and also decision when it comes to like pressure, and like making decisions due to like pressure, right? Because before we talked about pressure. So first, I'll start with opportunities. With me, how I have looked at opportunities has been like, when an opportunity comes my way, I always think that, okay, this opportunity is meant for me. God brought it my way, like it's perfect. And then so later I realized that, you know what, not every opportunity you need to say yes to. Like, no. Because some opportunities can deter you away from the path that you're supposed to be in. And some opportunities are just actually distractions from what you're supposed to do, right? So thinking about it in a way that, okay, what a friend of mine actually told me that she's like, look at it from a perspective, I think even Richard mentioned it, like, what are the pros and cons of making this decision? And of just, let's say for opportunity, like I'm talking about, of taking this opportunity, you know, how would it benefit me? What value would I bring to this workplace or whatever, or this project, right? And then write it down, write the pros and the cons, and also look at it from a place of like, do I have the time, right? I feel like that's one of the biggest things in society that we keep chasing time. We think that, oh yeah, like we got time, but we're never gonna have a full grasp on time. So you look at what am I doing right now? What is on my plate right now? And can I add this on my plate right now, right? And then go ahead and be like, okay, I feel like, the pros are weighing the cons, or the cons are weighing the pros, and looking at the time situation. Even there's also other factors that can play into it, depending on your lifestyle. And then going ahead to make the decision. I feel like with decisions, when it comes to opportunities, it's good to be patient with it. There's been a decision in my life where I had the opportunity to travel to Ghana for a photojournalism internship. And I was like, yes, this is my time. I need to go now. But I realized that I actually wasn't prepared mentally, physically, and emotionally for such a trip like that. So I had to turn it down. And a month later, a better opportunity came forth, but I was able to do it in Canada, in Edmonton. And I was like, oh wow, it's funny how things work out when you say no to one thing and then something else like happens. And just because you say no to something doesn't mean like it's the end of the world. Like something will surely come. Like I said at the beginning, what you're sowing, you will surely reap it eventually, right? So yeah, so that's what I would say with opportunities is like, understanding the pros and the cons, understanding what's on your plate, looking at your time, and being patient sometimes. There's some opportunities where you're like, yes, it's now or never, I need to do it. And there's some opportunities where you're like, okay, I really need to look at this properly, right? And then with pressure, like we talked, like Richard said, peer support. Is that what I think I wrote it down, you said? Peer support, yes. Peer support, I like that word, right? So I'm gonna look at it from a perspective of peer support, right? So a friend of yours is telling you, oh, look at this opportunity that has been offered here. I think it's like a right opportunity for you. You look at it and you're like, oh, okay, it looks interesting. And look within yourself, I would say. It's like, do you feel a sense of peace, right? You looked at the opportunities like, oh, wow, I feel a sense of peace. I can really picture myself in this work environment, and I know that it will get me closer to my goal. But if you don't feel a sense of peace inside you, that's like your body trying to tell you something like, okay, no, this is not it. This is definitely not it, right? So I always think about like, is there peace in my mind? Is there peace in my heart? And that's one thing. My middle name is actually Peace, funny enough. And that's one thing I'm always striving towards, like having peace. And I feel like because, just for me personally, because like I have that name, I believe that our name is also an explanation of like our destiny, our purpose of like who we are, right? So if you don't have that sense of peace when you're making a certain decision, that is a big answer to you, right? So yeah, understanding peace of mind. And like Abdul said, like learning, like if you don't make that decision, the decisions you don't make, that is like an opportunity missed as well, right? So when you make decisions, whether it's like it doesn't turn out how you want it to turn out, you will still learn from it, right? There's been decisions that I made. If this was in 2020, I did a workshop in Edmonton, like a fashion styling workshop. And initially I was like, oh, I don't want to do this because there's not like enough funding. But eventually I did go ahead and do it. And through that workshop, I was able to learn so much about myself, so much about my community, so much about like my industry, because it was a form of like research, right? So yeah, sometimes like you need to take that decision because there's a lesson like on the other side. So yeah.
Thank you, Nifemi. Aziz says he wants to add something.
Okay, so you guys are really great, by the way. Like, honestly, like, you're teaching me so much. But the thing I feel like kind of like ties all what you guys said together, at least for me personally, is in my religion, I'm Muslim, by the way, one of the first things I learned in religion was actions are judged based on your intention. And then Nefemi said something in her previous point, and even right now, about your vision. You got to piggyback on your vision. If your intention is positive and you genuinely think this can impact your vision positively, then just say yes, right? Like, if you don't think so, it also comes down to the piece. I feel like doing that, it sifts through, okay, this makes sense, maybe not right now, maybe yes now, maybe hell yes, maybe later. But if you think that it piggybacks off your vision and you genuinely feel like the intention behind it is good, then go for it. But then the other part of it, which is also something the family said, is the time. You cannot kill yourself. Don't do it. Don't do it. Like, no matter how enticing it seems and how much it matches with your vision, if you don't have the time, guess what? You're going to fumble it. And that just makes everything 10 times worse, because the worst thing is missing out on an opportunity that came to you too early. People say that a lot, or like a lot of footballers say that, oh yeah, I went to that club too early. I started that job too early. I shouldn't have taken it then. It matched your vision, the intention was good, but if you don't have the time, don't do it. You will find better opportunities later. But if you have the time, it matches your vision, the intention is positive, then try to say hell yes, maybe, because it might just make sense.
Thank you very much. Just to add my 2 cents to what every one of you has said, as one of my role models will say, we should never mistake opportunity for destiny because it can be fatal. So this is the last question I have. How have you emerged with excellence? How have you emerged with excellence? Richard, let's start with you.
The word emerge reminds me of this analogy of a caterpillar going into a cocoon, and then you emerge as a butterfly. So I'm going to use that analogy, because I think it's applicable to what we've been discussing of there's struggle. We go through struggles and uncertainty. It's like you're in that cocoon of darkness. You don't know what's out there. But eventually you emerge with a better sense of who you are and what you want to focus on. Excellence is a word that I've been reflecting on as well, because excellence is not perfection. I don't think we can ever really achieve perfection. Practice makes progress, not practice makes perfection. So I really agree with, stand by this idea that you try your best. I think everyone's trying their best in their life, given their circumstances and the challenges that they're going through. And I think that's all you can really ask for, of trying your best and living to your fullest potential and striving for excellence and not being too hard on yourself in that process, because you're going to fail, you're going to make mistakes, but you keep going with it. Just looking back in my 2022 as well, I accomplished a lot. I actually took some time to sit down and look through every single month and what did I actually do, because sometimes it can be, one thing I struggle with is celebrating myself. I tend to just, I finish one thing and then I just focus on the next thing, and then I sort of just minimize or downplay what I've done. But this time I really did sit down. It's like, Richard, you did a good job. You can be happy with yourself and be proud of what you've accomplished. Because last year I had my TEDx talk published. I did a keynote at the University of Lethbridge. I started a business with a business partner in Ontario. I published a book with a co-author in Germany whom I've never met in person, but we connected with online and collaborated. So it's like, wow, I did accomplish a lot, and I can be happy with that, and carrying that sense of momentum and belief in myself into 2023 as well. Because really it just comes down to, if you believe in yourself, you can do it.
Thank you very much, Richard. Let's have Ryan.
Thanks, Charles. I actually changed the question. How are you, I guess I'm going to answer from the aspect of how are you emerging, because I don't think I'm done emerging yet. I'm not done growing. I don't think you've seen the last of me yet. I think I've got more to offer than this. And if I did believe that this is it, then anyhow, I believe in constant growth and change and personal development. So, but looking back and I guess reflecting, I think, Richard, you said it very well. I think you hit the nail on the head there. But there's a few things that I guess I have found that have worked well for me. And the first, and I've kind of talked about this a little bit already, is vision and figuring out who am I. What do I want to do? What do I believe? And really answering these core questions. Because I think without a vision, I would be lost. I wouldn't have a purpose in life of why I'm doing what I'm doing, where I'm going. So that's the first part about how I'm emerging, I guess. And then the second part is honestly putting the right people around me, that are willing to celebrate my successes with me, that are not afraid to sit me down and say, Ryan, like, you're screwing up here. Like, let's maybe work on this. So that's been the other part of just like really surrounding myself with the right people. And we talked about letting people go out of your life. I've had to do that as well. People that actually weren't genuinely interested in my success. And you know, there's no benefit of having them around you. So really surrounding myself with the right people has probably been the biggest lesson I've learned. So,
thank you very much, Ryan. Let's have Nifemi, and then Aziz.
So the question is like, how am I emerging? Can you rephrase? Can you say the question again?
How do you think we can emerge with excellence, or how have you emerged with excellence?
Okay. I like what Ryan said. I'm not done emerging. So for me, I would say I have like a few points that I actually had written last night. It kind of fits perfectly with this question. In a world where social media is constantly in your face, you're always scrolling and everything, like there's that tendency of wanting to compare your greatness with other people's greatness, right? So when I look at emerging, I'm looking at, okay, what value, do I have inside of me to bring to the world? Do I know that am I reminding myself that I constantly matter and that I have something to offer to society, right? Because I look at it like Ryan talked about vision. He mentioned vision earlier. Your vision is the solution, right? You will never be jealous again if you know your vision, if you know God's plan for your life. When you're constantly centering that, you're like, oh wow, this is me, this is Nefemi, this is Abdul, this is who I am. Like, I know what I'm supposed to do, I know why I'm here, and I am focused, and that's what I'm looking at. You won't be jealous of what other people are doing or where other people are in their journey in their life, because at the end of the day, you don't know the struggles. There's a good saying, I think Romania or German, they said, ones who wears the fruit knows where it hurts. Basically describing like, until you put my shoes on, you won't know the struggle that I face. So I try my best to not compare myself with other people, compare myself with like where other people are going. Like, yes, I admire them, and I'm more look at it that I'm inspired by what other people are doing, and there are references that I can draw for when I I'm able to reach a position in my life that I can achieve that certain thing, but I would never achieve it in the same way that they're achieving it. That's something I would never want for myself or for you guys. Because at the end of the day, your greatness is by design. You know, who you are, you're designed specifically, perfectly in a way that you're supposed to execute things in your own way, right? So, and along with that as well, for me, is spending more of my mental energy thinking of the future rather than meditating on the past. Why I say that is because I feel like there are times where challenges, like we all face challenges, will come, and sometimes we don't make certain decisions. And sometimes I've stopped myself from making decisions because of how I've dealt with it in the past, hindering me from, you know, that great opportunity, or hindering me from that great conversation that could have led to this or that, right? So not looking at your challenges in a way that is the end all and be all for your life. More like, okay, this challenge happened. We gotta get up. Let's look at what systems we're gonna create around this and move forward, right? Because at times challenges can make you forget about your vision, and you don't want that. Your vision is basically your birthright. Like that's literally like your life, you know. And another thing I would say, last thing I would say with emergent excellence, how I approach that in my work life is I see excellence as something that I am putting my all, my energy in this thing, like whatever service I'm providing to somebody, because since it's like, you know, self-development into, you know, being an impact, being significant in the world or through your family, in any way that you look at significance, but being able to put my energy into this thing and I give it my best, that to me is excellence, right? I didn't do it in any mediocre way. I was like, okay, let's put in the work. That is how I see excellence, you know? And doing it with love, doing it with authenticity, and also doing it with passion as well. So yeah, that's excellence to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Nifemi Abdul.
I'm going to just run the same coattail. I'm just emerging. Like I said at the beginning, a lot of times I sit in a room and I feel like an imposter. But the one thing I had to remember is this: a wise man once said, "Of course I fucked up. Who never fuck up? Hands in the air." No hands? Okay, yeah, great. Well, because I have a lot of times, like so many times, and it's just, I don't know. Sometimes you beat yourself up about it, but the one thing, and this is my excellence, and it can be different for you, and that's something amazing that you just said, is I've grown. I'm growing, and I'm putting myself in a better position to succeed every time. Even when like the world is against me, or I'm against myself, or someone specific is against me, I'm finding a new way to put myself in the position to achieve my vision, right? And that's, like Nifemi said, that's your birthright, right? Like, once you know your vision, bro, that's the hardest thing I've learned today. You will never be jealous again, for real. Like, that's fire. You will never be jealous, because why am I going to be jealous? I know my vision. I don't know what his is, so why am I jealous of him? Because, it doesn't make sense, right? Once you know where you're trying to get to, you won't be jealous of someone else's success because you're trying to get to yours. But in that time, you have to acknowledge your mistakes. You have to reflect on them. You have to attempt to do better. And you have to accept that sometimes they come in small strides, and that's excellence. They come in big strides. That's excellence. They didn't come yet, but you know you really want to get there, so you're reminding yourself, I have to do it. That's excellence. Like, there's different ways to achieve excellence, but you just have to keep emerging, right? You just have to keep emerging. You have to keep growing. You have to keep finding ways to put yourself in a better position. You have to be honest with yourself. Man, one thing I would do, I like to say, and this is just off my religious background, it's like, I will never hide behind stupid stuff that I did. I've been blatantly stupid sometimes. Not anybody asking me to do it, just me thinking, oh, it made sense. And then I did it, and then afterwards I'm like, wow. What was that? but the thing is, I won't lie to myself about that. And you can't do that, right? Because then, the minute you're afraid to be honest with yourself, where are you going? Like, right? It's like God has a plan for you, and if you're going to hide, are you hiding from God as well, right? Are you hiding from people who are supposed to be there for you? Are you hiding from the truth you're supposed to face to move forward? Are you hiding from your vision? No, you can't do that. The only way to keep emerging, the only way to emerge, just keep moving. Acknowledge, reflect, keep moving. Acknowledge, recognize, keep moving. Yeah. Oh, one big thing. I forgot to mention everything else. Yo, relationships and respect. Yo, that's huge. That's huge. You gotta know how to keep relationships. I struggle. Sometimes people see it and they're like, oh, Abdul, you know how to talk, yeah? But no, not really. Actually, I'm very shy of it sometimes. But I try to find a very respectful way to carry the conversation, and that's the least I can do. Someone sees it that way, sure. Not everybody is going to like you. That's cool. If they don't see it that way, sure. But it's positive in my mind. It's genuine. I'm doing what's best for my vision. I'm doing what's best to help the person, and I fail forward.
I just wanted to add just one thing, piggyback from that with relationships. After having a conversation with somebody or being in a space, like always think or have it in your mind that, okay, what energy am I leaving this place with? Like, how did I make that person feel? You know, let's say you had a conversation that was like heated or whatnot, and you left that person with anger or offense, you know? So always thinking, okay, so how can I make other people, not like in a way trying to people please, because you don't want to be doing that, because that would make you tired and stressed, to be honest. I've been there. But more like, okay, I'm genuinely wanting to leave a good energy, a trace of good energy wherever I go, right? So that's really important as well, yeah.
Thank you very much, Nifemi. Now, I would just take questions from the audience, and we have this one question from one of our viewers on YouTube. In 1 minute, do you want to share your failure experience, any experience with failure, and how you've dealt with it, how you handled failure in the past? Does anyone want to take it?
I remember earlier I spoke about my academic journey. This was like before June. I was struggling with a class that I had to repeat because there was no proper system I had in place there. So that failure actually had me feeling like, okay, I don't want to be in school anymore. I don't think I need school. I just focus on my business, like I said earlier. But then I realized that I was just like running away. I was just running away from it because like I just felt a deep sense of like shame and just like didn't want to face it. And how I dealt with that was like, okay, Nefemi, if you want to succeed in this thing, you need to put systems in place or structure in place for you to be able to do that. You need to know what resources you have. So I spent time like before the fall semester started. This was actually my best semester yet, like this past semester, but thank God. But what I did prior to that, like I spent my summer really just like looking at resources that are available at my university, looking at productivity tools that I can use to help me be more focused and stuff like that, and also reflecting on the places in my academic that I felt like was a huge struggle for me, and doing my best to find things that would help me, you know, just be at a better pace within that. So at first it was like, okay, avoidance, you know, everyone is like, oh, this doesn't really happen. Yeah, that class, I feel that. Oh yeah, no, I forget about it. And then it became, I felt like, oh, the shame, like, wow, like, what do people think about me? People probably think I'm not intelligent. People think I'm not smart. All these like negative thoughts, right? And then it turned to be like, okay, who do I go to for support? Like, who can I talk to about this? So I talked to my parents. My parents were very supportive. They're like, yo, it's just a class, like, chill. And I was so surprised from, like, African parents, like, to be honest, just being like, they were so supportive through that process. And my spiritual mentor was supportive. I have my other mentors as well. And then through prayer, I was able to just get more, like, revelation and understanding of what steps to take, and then taking the action. I feel like you know what to do, but you need to then take those action, right? So that for me really helped me, and my semester was really great. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Nifemi. That's a question from our audience on YouTube. Does anyone have a question as we wrap up? Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much. So we are ending the panel session now. It has been a really wonderful discussion. I just want to give the panelists another round of 1 minute each to just, leave us with one word, with something. What's that one word you feel we need to emerge with this year? Just 1 minute, as is.
Intentionality is really huge. Taking action is another big one. Self-development, like he said. He basically stole all my languages. Wow. Okay, so good. But honestly, try to enjoy. Like, that's one thing that we didn't really talk about. Try to enjoy the things that you enjoy. Honestly, I grew up in an African home, so that meant that like everything that my parents saw me enjoy, for some reason they were just sure it was not gonna make me any money. You like to dance? Stop that. No way. That's not gonna make you any money. No, that's not really true, right? You like to dance? Try to dance more. Get better at dancing. You like to sing? Improve your voice. You like to play sport? get better at sports. Who knows? There's going to be one person out there who's going to be like, oh, wow, you play sports really good. You're going to be like, no, I don't. But then next thing you know, you're a really famous sports journalist or something like that. The things you enjoy, take a step and actually take a stride and try to do something with it, whilst also like actually like trying to build your career. I'm not saying you should spend all your time like, you know, like gaming or something like that, but like, who knows? It might just be what takes you to the next step, right? So try to enjoy the things you're passionate about.
Thank you, Aziz. Nifemi.
So I have two things. The first thing is just a statement. It is not just enough. It is not just enough to be relevant. You must be long-lasting. You know, it is not enough to be relevant. You must be long-lasting, and that you can look at it from like different perspective, right? Because like, yeah, you can have like influence right now, but how long would that influence last, right? What are you doing to maintain it? So that's something to look at when it comes to your significance and the impact that you bring to the world. And the second thing I'm going to say is look at your track record when you're getting in the areas that you're getting results in. Because yes, we're in the new year, 2023, and we want to, you know, do better than last year, of course, right? Who doesn't? So looking at the areas, okay, so this is an area in my life I know that I am making significant, great strides in, right? And I need to be able to apply that system or that same result in the other areas of my life, right? So what works, and to be honest, what works in one place may not work in another, but look at how maybe it can just be a certain habit or the way you do a thing, you can now transition that into an area that you're lacking, right? And then move with that. And one thing I'm gonna say, and last thing I'm gonna say is keeping a gratitude and testimony jar, because times do get tough. It gets tough. And you will forget. There are times where like, oh wow, the challenges is just heavy right now, and all you see is just that like thing that's just like distracting you, right? And you having a gratitude jar, testimony jar is a great way to be like, okay, let me look at, you know, the things, the little things. I even noted it, like I started it today actually. I went to Dollarama today to get a nice, pretty jar, and I had written it on my phone notes. I haven't written on paper yet, but one thing I had written that was a lady on a bus stop. She helped me fix my pants. My pants were tucked in my boots, and she helped me like fix it. I was like, this is so sweet. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I noted that on my journal, like, wow, I met this lovely lady today, and she did this for me. And then an hour later, I was on the bus again, and a first-year student was sitting next to me. She's like, oh, I'm in business. And I was like, oh, I'm in business too. And then she had some questions, and I was able to give her some resources. I was like, wow, today I was able to help this person, right? So that is like the little things. I feel like this year, for me personally, is about the little things, being able to be consistent in the little things. So that's what I'll leave with you all.
Thank you, Nifemi. Richard, and then Ryan.
I will try to keep it to a minute.
Thank you.
It's funny. Dana and I are both part of Toastmasters, and one of the things they do there is they literally have a person who's timing, and they do like green light, yellow light, and red light, and then like alert if you're way past. So anyway, surprise, my word is connection, and I think it ties everything together because there's both connecting with others and connecting with yourself. And a lot of what the panelists shared is about connecting with yourself, of who are you really, what is important to you, what is your vision. And so focusing on that internal connection work and becoming a friend to yourself is quite important. And then also being able to connect with others, especially with events like this. It's sometimes a rare opportunity to have so many cool people in the same room. So I would encourage people before they leave, try to connect with someone new. I'll be sticking around a little bit afterwards, and hopefully the panelists are too. And this is a great opportunity not just to like us sitting here up on stage and you, the audience, we're friends. We can chat. So I would really encourage that you connect with some new people here as well, because you never know where it can lead. And wishing you all the best in 2023.
Thank you, Richard. Ryan.
Awesome. Thank you. I guess how I'll sum it up is kind of almost a roadmap, and I think it all starts with vision, and I can't stress how important it is. I've experienced it myself. I've seen other people succeed with it. It all starts with vision, so make sure you establish that. And the next thing, like, I'm not sponsored by Nike, but just do it. Like, honestly, do it. Like, it's not gonna hurt. So, and then the next thing is just learn, reflect, grow. And then the last part of it, I believe, is believe in yourself. And if you don't, I believe in each and every one of you. Like, we all hold talent within ourselves. All these panelists, we're all unique. We have our own lane. And I believe in each and every one of you guys. Like, we all inherently have talent, and believe in yourself and do it.
As this says, he has another thing to add.
My real word, everything I said was it's BIPOC Foundation. That's my real word. Come talk to me about it after, over there, right? That's why I have to say. Oh, cool socks, by the way, Ryan. That's it.
All right, thank you, everyone. That's the end of the...
I got a little, yes, I want you to take it.
Sure, that's okay.
Sorry, guys.
You always do content creation.
While Nifemi is trying to get her selfie stick to take the selfie, I want to encourage every one of us to stop by at BIPOC Foundation stand, connect with new people like Richard said, meet new people, meet the panelists. We also have another author in our midst, Richard. Richard brought some copies of his book. He's around to share with anyone to talk about his book. I also have some copies of my book here to hand out, and it would be great to have those conversations with every one of you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wow. What an experience. What an experience. What an experience. Richard, do you have the copies of your book right here? Sure, let's have them.
Oh, you can. Where do you want me to be?
I mean, you can be here with me.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. God bless you. Thank you, sir. Oh, wow. Richard brought all the books. Right. So these are some copies of Richard's book, really wonderful book. Build a world-class network series. Become your super self. Connect with yourself to connect with others. And he wrote it with someone wonderful. You said you haven't met the person you wrote it with?
He lives in Germany.
Wow. Wow. You can do anything in the world today. And then this is a copy of my own book, Raising the Bar, as a high school student, detailing all my experiences. These are wonderful resources that everyone should leave here with today. So I encourage you, stop by here, meet with Richard. He's going to be signing some copies, discuss with him. I would also be signing some copies, for everyone who wants to sign copy. And I hope you all have had a wonderful, wonderful experience that will last you for 2023. Let's give ourselves a wonderful, round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Stop by at BIPOC stand. Accrual accounting, don't forget to take this with you. You can also take David's card. You can meet with Dana to speak with her. Just meet with one person today. Meet another person. Learn, get a new contact today. And I wish each and every one of us a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful 2023. Just before we wrap up, I have to quickly recognize someone wonderful. This wonderful, wonderful lady beside me, and that wonderful young man over there. These two people, let's give them a shout out. Let's shout them out. This is Ms. Toluwalashe Awoderu. She's the event coordinator. And the young man over there is Ifeloluwa Oyedotun. All of these that we are seeing today is because of these two wonderful, wonderful people. So thank you very much. You want to say one thing?
Thank you everyone for coming out today. This is the first of many, so please watch out for more events that will be coming, and I hope we can collaborate in the future, have fun, different types of events that will bring people together in the community. Thank you once again for coming. Have a good night as you leave, and please look at these books, they're amazing, and talk to one person at least. Oh yeah, the BIPOC Foundation. They have merch and what's it called? Notebooks for you to go. Don't have a notebook. School has resumed though, so thank you.
How much is your mind? Oh, it's 21. Okay, mine's 20. Let's have Chief Ife say something too.
Thank you everybody for coming. We really appreciate it. Hope everyone had a good time. Yeah, take care.
Thank you, Ife. Make sure you meet someone new. Stop by, get the books.